Starting stream. Okay, so now I just have to keep an eye on our channel.
All right. 20 new subscribers.
No new subscribers. Also, yeah, it is started. So just talk amongst yourselves. Talk about Minecraft or something.
Hello.
Minecraft. I just want to find my shit. I really do.
Make sure everything's going.
I just want to know where it all went.
We are back again.
Enderman
back
does
again
not
to
like
our
me. I'm
no
not even
viewers.
aggroing him.
That's right. Not yet. We don't. We don't.
Am I not connected to the Wi-Fi here? Good lord.
Boy.
Uh-oh.
Yes. We are professionals.
Yeah.
We're on right now?
I'm not connect. Well, I'm connected to your Wi-Fi on my laptop. For some reason, my phone has forgotten it, which is a little bit irritating.
How dare you?
Here we go.
You practically live here. There's no reason.
No, I know. It's stupid. I don't know if you changed your password or something recently, but whatever.
No. It's still password 123.
Oh yeah.
Everybody.
Just to let everyone know, he lives at 1234 Stupid Boulevard.
Yeah, Main Street.
Venus Butt Lane.
Just release all your information. All right, I'm gonna not mute myself, but turn my laptop down so I won't be able to hear what you guys are saying. But I just need to open the live stream and make sure everything's going okay.
So we're gonna talk bad about you.
You can just talk amongst yourselves. It's fine.
All right, we need a topic. What's today's topic? Do we want to do so?
Let's just go. I mean,
well, don't talk about what
the
topic
alphabet
you're going to talk about yet. Hang on, just talk stupid stuff. I can't hear you. I can only hear you because I hear you in the living room. But just hang on.
B is for breasts.
Artificial amateurs aren't it all amazing?
B is for bouncy boobies.
Okay, so it sounds like everything's going good. From what I can tell on the live stream, it sounds like I'm not a robot this time. Now, who knows? Maybe I'll get to the fucking end and figure out I do sound like a robot the whole fucking time again, and then this whole stream will be almost useless. But whatever, you know.
Experience.
Oh.
Hello.
Okay, so now let's play the alphabet game.
B can be for, let's see, boba tea.
I love boba tea.
I don't really have a lot to say about boba tea. I don't like it.
I know you don't.
I feel very non-masculine when I'm drinking boba tea, but I do love it a lot. Like I like sucking down. Like I think there's a weird autistic thing in my brain that goes munch on the mushy bits while I'm eating the drink. Like there's something that it does something to my brain. Like I can focus on two textures at once, which usually I don't like. Yeah. But with
all
that
I'd
tea,
say is you don't have to focus on the masculine aspect. You could just I guess you like them. I was gonna say I don't like boba tea because I don't like the tapioca bits. Like the tapioca balls, I feel like I don't even know. Like I feel like I'm eating fish eggs. I've never had fish eggs, but I imagine the texture is similar.
Like caviar.
I don't think you would like caviar first.
Yeah, I'm just eating slimy balls.
Well.
Yeah. So.
I love boba. Always has such unique flavors. Like I don't know, it can just be strawberry and whatever, but it'll be.
Well,
I don't know. Just the mixture of the. I love the gushy when the balls explode in my mouth. I love that. I'm not being. It's not an innuendo. I genuinely, thoroughly love sucking the balls out of the straw.
Yeah, balls. I like the tea. I just don't like the fucking balls. So I don't know. Whatever.
Sorry
maybe I'm just not as open with my sexuality or something.
Yeah, we're just better than you.
That's what it is. Or something. I just don't like the balls.
Good start, guys.
All right, B.
I don't care. Like, we don't really know what we're fucking talking about yet.
No, we sure don't.
I can't play that fucking Biden clip, so it's whatever.
We can talk about just the presidency in general. Like, it's amazing. Like, I remember I hear things from 4 years ago where people, not 4 years ago, sorry, 10 years ago, where people we're talking about Mitt Romney and Obama, and everyone was like, "Oh, these are our candidates." So, but honestly, compared to these two, Obama and Mitt Romney are fucking Washington and John Adams.
At least they were good speakers. Like, holy crap!
Yeah, they were. They were good speakers.
You know what? And you know what? Like, I don't really have opinions on Obama or Mitt Romney because, like, I was too young. I couldn't even vote yet, so like, I didn't really give a shit. And like the first election I was able to actually vote in was fucking Trump and Hillary, and I was just like, man, come on. I was like kind of invested, but like not fully. I wasn't doing enough research, which is why I didn't vote in the last election because I didn't do any research. Maybe that'll change this time around because I am trying to be just, I don't know, slightly more aware of my world, I guess. It feels stupid to, like, I hate politics. I really do. Like, it's hard for me to get invested. And one of the big reasons, like, so I didn't watch that debate. Like, you were watching that debate, Andrew.
A little bit, yeah.
But I watched it, like, I don't know, a week ago, just because I was like, you know what, everyone, I should maybe be updated on what the hell, like, what our future is going to look like. And God, man, one thing I will say is that I've never liked these debates because I always thought they were kind of just chucking shit at each other, like that's the whole thing. And I don't think it was always this way, but it is kind of this way now. Like a lot of what they're saying is just these random little. It's just like, oh, he did this. I didn't do that. You did this, and you're like, I didn't do that. And
it's more about the other candidate than themselves.
Well, yeah. Usually. And so one thing I found myself doing during the whole thing was trying. I'll just say trying to fact check. Because like at first I just started watching it. Because in theory, I should get enough information from this stuff to not have to go, not necessarily do my own research, but I should get enough to where like I can hear things and go, oh, yeah. And they should have enough evidence on hand to be able to maybe support themselves in what they're saying. Now, the problem is they only give them a couple, like the first person that gets asked the question gets 2 minutes, and then the other candidate gets 1 minute to respond. And I'm like, man, that is just not enough time. Like, it is not enough time to go through these complicated subjects. And they just want to have this stupid little pissing match on top of it. Like, half the time when they would ask one of the candidates, it wasn't this way when it first started. It got this way later in the debate because they have such limited time and they're just pissing on each other. It would get to the point where they would, once they each had responded to each other, they would stop. They eventually just moved on to a new question. So, you know, if they're talking about abortion or whatever, once they both responded to each other, they just, you know, after a while, the moderator just would move on to the next question because they're pissing on each other. They're just having a pissing match. And so when they would ask the next, like, let's say, like they ask Biden the question, and then they go back and forth, and then they move on to a new subject, and now they're going to ask Trump the question. So he gets the 2 minutes to respond, and then he spends like a fucking minute and a half, or maybe the whole 2 minutes, just responding to the previous thing they were talking about because Biden had said, like they left off on something that Biden had said about him, and so he responds to that instead of responding to the question they asked him. And part of me is kind of like, dude, get your shit together. Both of them need to get their shit together and just answer the fucking questions. But I also get that they don't have enough fucking time. Like, if you throw an insult at someone and you just don't get a chance to respond, it's like, well, fuck, man. Now that's just out in the air. I need to clear that air.
Yeah.
But I don't think either of them do a good job of clearing the air at all because they just end up blaming everything on someone else half the time. They blame it on the other candidate. Oh, he did the worst. Like, here's something crazy. So at one point I started to do like my research during the debate. I started pausing the fucking video, and because I was like, man, like when they start talking about the economy, they each said, you know, Trump's like, oh, I had the best economy, whatever, and Biden's like, no, you didn't. My economy's doing better, and Trump's like, no, you didn't. Nuh-uh, it's terrible. And so I was like, fuck it, let me go look into this a little bit. And so I started learning about like what. Just basic shit. Just even what GDP fucking means. I didn't know what that meant because I just never looked into it. The economy's fucking crazy complicated, and even boiling it down just to GDP is doing it an injustice. Yeah. But when I looked into it, it's like that's a good kind of just at a quick glance, that's a good number to look at to tell if your economy is doing well or not. And for anyone who doesn't know, GDP is essentially it's gross domestic product.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, and it's essentially it's a number that every country calculates in order based on all of not completely exports, but based on everything a country produces. So any products and just stuff. I'll be very broad with it. Stuff we produce as a country. And generally, if your GDP is increasing at a higher percentage, that is generally a good rule of thumb that your economy is doing well. Now, I'm sure it's way more complicated. In fact, I know it's more complicated than that. But I looked into GDP and I was like, okay, even that's kind of complicated, but whatever. And so the next thing I tried to do was try to look up statistics for both of them, and that was not getting me a whole lot of places because it's hard to look back and forth between what numbers and whatever. So I found a comparison of each of their, like, essentially breaking down different bits of the economy that under Trump's presidency and under Biden's. And it was basically the same. Like, it really wasn't, it didn't seem to be doing much better or much worse under either of them. The only thing that was really different on both for each of them was at the end of Trump's presidency, the fucking economy tanked because of COVID. And then at the beginning of Biden's, it fucking skyrocketed for like a split second because everything was bouncing back. And so those are the only differences or major really. Everything else I was looking at, the numbers were like not very dissimilar. And so I was just like, so what the fuck are either of them talking about? It seems like they don't fact check themselves. It is really just about like getting a fucking gotcha on someone else. Like it's like a ha, see, look, I did better. Like that's what it feels like to me. Now, there's still so much fucking research I need to do into this shit. But like it bugs me that I have to do so much of that work because I'm like, if I'm watching a fucking debate, like any other, whenever I watch like, I don't know, there's a lot of Twitch streamers and YouTubers that do debates with each other, you know, socialist streamer versus, I don't know, capitalist or whatever. And it'll be 3-4 hours fucking long because they're just talking back and forth. Now, they're not always good. I'll say that. A lot of the times it devolves into yelling and all kinds of shit. But there are certain ones that can actually like pick up on what the other person is saying, address it, and they can prove it during that thing because they have essentially unlimited time to do it. They're not on CNN. They're not they're not on that block of news where CNN's like, hey guys, we have news to do after this, and a large part of that's going to be talking about this debate. So like, let's hurry this up. You know, sorry, I've been on a fucking monologue here, a fucking rant. Someone else go.
It's all right.
No, you're right. I mean, for starters, you mentioned it's all about those quips, and I think people love that. I don't think CNN is as much about news as it is about entertainment. They do those breaking news. They'll do one every hour, and it'll be like, breaking news. The local, it is right, and even Monday, like they just want to get your attention. It's like a Pavlovian dog type thing where we hear that and we go, breaking news should be for like the 9/11s and things that, you know, even overseas like war, like, hey, Russia's attacking Ukraine. That's a breaking news. So they want the presidents to say, oh, I'm going to, because they know that people are going to tune in to hear that drama. That's why people love daytime television. Even WWE, like no one cared that they knew it was fake. It was about the drama, the excitement. If you enjoy actual politics, I don't think politically minded people are going to take the debate seriously. Now, I don't know what proportion of the population that is. Like only 50% of everyone in America votes. When I learned that, I was shocked that 25% generally vote for one side and the other 25%, and then the other 50% is either undecided or unvoted, which is crazy. Like we think of
is that 50, percentage 50, only accounting for people of legal age voting?
Great question. I assume it's of potential voters.
Like that would make sense, but I could also see it being stupid and them including like children in the percentage of the population or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So really, like, and you know what? I kind of, and funnily enough, as a person who did not vote in the last election and someone who may still not vote in this next one, I kind of get it. Because so I don't necessarily believe like the whole thing's fucking rigged or anything. It feel like that seems too like I don't want to be that cynical about things because and even to the extent like I could even maybe grant some ground that maybe it's a little bit fucking like not necessarily rigged, more like just like I could see it being something closer to
Trolled.
Not even then, like more like swayed, sort of like people, lobbying for different fucking things or certain ads being placed in certain places, like shit like that, where even then it's not really in someone's it's not really in your control. It's more like you're just doing enough stuff. Like it's almost more like you're betting on it going a certain way. Like I could maybe
like a business
that if I heard a convincing.
I mean, that's how I see it.
Well, I know, but
it is really a big business, a big corporation. In a
I
way.
haven't really heard outside of just my own psychotic beliefs about things. Like I haven't actually heard like a good convincing argument for it because I would need it to be broken down, like on like institutionally, like fucking like who are the players, who's doing what, why, all this shit. Because I would need to question these things, whatever. So I don't necessarily believe it's like that. But like I still don't feel like the idea that I have or I should vote for either one of a candidate that and I don't like either of them. It's like, well, why though? Well, like really? Like if you hand me two, like let's say I go to a restaurant and I don't order anything. It's a restaurant where they just bring you two random dishes and they just set them in front of you and you look at both of them and you're like, okay, so I don't like either of these things. So I'm not going to eat either of them. And then they're like, okay, well, you just don't get to eat. And I'm like, okay, I guess. Like if that's literally that's it, well, then I'm not going to eat. I just won't eat this meal. Like, and yeah. I know that's simplifying it, whatever. You can say whatever you want. It's this idea, like, luckily we live in a country where you have the right. It's a right to vote, right? I don't have to vote. It is a right. And I understand that if I don't vote, then blah, 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 I'm contributing, whoever. I don't like the argument that if I don't vote, then I can't complain about what's going on. Because it's like, well, if you just hand me two piles of shit and then I complain that I was handed shit and I won't eat either of them, well then,
yeah,
like, come on. Like, and then one of those piles of shit wins the competition or whatever. I don't have the right to call it a pile of shit.
Carlin has that great bit
to make that, to say, oh, you're if by not voting, that's a vote for the other side. Like it really is this us versus them.
Well, yeah, because it's like, not.
Well, if everybody, it's not. No, it's not. And that also removes. I mean, the idea that it can only be two parties is. I don't think we'll ever break away from that. I personally, kind of going back to when you said it's controlled. I don't know if controlled is the right word. It's like it's designed, maybe is the word that I would use, because I don't think that we're going to be able to, especially with the way the media is, with the way that politics is so sensationalized, and that it is largely run like a business, literally, when you think about for-profit media and all the lobbyists, all the corporations, the investors, all the geopolitical forces at play that make the rich richer, that make the powerful more powerful. I would say designed or constructed to be a way that is maybe easy, not more easily swayed, but it sets boundaries where the populace is almost unable to even think outside the two-party system, to where if you tell someone, oh, let's get a third party. In fact, I'm pretty sure this election, I think it's Robert Kennedy, I think it's JFK's grandson, if I'm not mistaken, is running, and I'm really considering voting for him. I actually really like a lot of the things he stands for.
He's gonna get shot.
I'm a huge fan of JFK. Yeah, hopefully he won't end up like the where the band gets their name from. But I really like a lot of things that he says, and it's like, well, you either have to run as a Republican, but then the Republicans are going to see that you're taking votes from Trump, and the Democrats are still not going to like you because, or whatever, Democrat voters aren't going to like you, and the institutionalized Democrats aren't going to support you. So you run as a third party, but then you're kind of seen as a joke, like, yeah, third party, whatever, statistically, and fact check me on this. I'm almost certain the last election saw the highest amount of third party votes in American history.
I remember
that. But it's still a drop in the bucket, right? I think it was like, it made it into the millions, but barely. And, considering the amount, how many millions the Democrat and the whatever primary front runners are going to get, it's still a far cry. So it's like, what do you do? Like you said, you're handed two piles of shit. You can kind of go the moral route and say, well, if you believe in a third party candidate that isn't going to win, at least you can sleep at night, if you don't believe in the other two, and go, I'm going to vote for, who was it? It was Spike Cohen and Jill
Stein. I unfortunately don't know anything about anything on the libertarian side.
That's going to kill me, because
Jill Stein.
I assume you're talking about libertarians.
Yeah, Spike Cohen. It was Spike Cohen, and
I think Andrew said it, right?
Jill Stein. I think it was Jill Stein.
No.
Is it not her name?
Joe Jorgensen. That was who it was.
Oh, yeah, duh. Sorry, I don't know how. Jill Stein was the Green Party, I think.
Wasn't she?
I really like Joe Jorgensen. Election? I really did. I would vote for her without even thinking. And Spike is fantastic. I mean, people could say whatever they want, politicians or whatever. I could see, as more and more people start to go, this is the best we've got. They're gonna want to look for other opportunities to, given that they have any faith in American politics and the president, which does not have nearly as much influence on the country as people think. They really are, in a lot of ways, a figurehead. Like they can make cabinet appointments, and they can sign executive orders, and there are things that they do, but there's the system is designed, at least the way that we're taught,
keep them in check.
Checks and balances. So the president shouldn't be a dictator, and yet and that's the issue with everyone that they appoint, everyone that's around them, and the more you start to see the similarities between, like you were saying, Adam, the way that the what would you call it? I guess just the ramifications of having a Republican president versus a Democrat president, that really, some things may change. I would say objectively, the economy was better under Trump leading up to COVID. There is an argument to be made that I do find it to be significantly better. How much of that was him?
That wasn't because of him. Investors like Republican presidents because they know that they're gonna support certain policies that are going to benefit investors, like tax breaks and cash, subsidies and stuff. So yeah, it was better under Trump, but it wasn't because he's a fucking business tycoon. It's because people just thought that he would be better because he was a business tycoon or whatever. If you didn't call him that.
I'm going to run to the bathroom and grab another beer. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Keep talking.
But I don't know what it would take to change. People aren't. I mean, I wanted to read this quote because I looked it up from the first. I don't know where my phone went, but we like to say, the debates are more, they're more uncivilized than ever. But I remember that John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. I mean, that was the second debate. John Adams, people don't ever remember. He lost the popular vote and the Electoral College vote, and he still got in over Thomas Jefferson because of something called the corrupt bargain, which was basically lobbying and just them pulling strings. So, I mean, we've seen this since the literal second election. Jefferson's camp, I'm quoting this from mentalfloss.com, it was Adams versus Jefferson, the birth of negative campaigning in the U.S., it said, things got ugly fast. Jefferson's camp accused President Adams of having a, quote, hideous hermaphroditical character, which has neither the force and firmness of a man, nor the gentleness and sensibility of a woman. That's funny. And in return, Adams' men called Vice President Jefferson a mean-spirited, low-lived fellow, the son of a half-breed Indian squaw, sired by a Virginia mulatto father. So, even, this is pre-1800 stuff. And actually, this might have been right at that was in 1800. So they've always thrown digs at each other, and I actually think that they were worse back then because they weren't as broadcast and mediafied and notorious on a countrywide scale. Like I think we see Trump and we see Biden, and we see these characters, but I think it's always been that way. Not that that's a good thing, but like I don't know what it would take. Like people, like there's things coming out now that are proving Trump to be a pedophile. Like there's a case right now where he did things with somebody underage, and like that nobody's gonna care. Like
what?
Just it was. Let me look up the
that's assuming that any of it has any, like, we talk about proof,
Sure.
Yeah,
there are, I mean, every accusation under the sun for both of them. I don't know what the fuck is real and true anymore.
I mean, him being on the case what is the case called, Andrew? I'll look it up because I'm.
Did Trump pay $35 million to settle child rape cases claims against him?
Good Lord, what a thing to type into my search bar.
It said he was accused, but it has little chance of succeeding. And like whether or not that specific one is true.
Actually, fuck.
I don't believe it.
Can you send a link to that article? Because I genuinely don't feel like typing that in.
I can.
Of course, I guess it won't matter. It'll fucking be in my search history anyway. Send a link in our not in Discord, but the other group chat.
Okay. Let's see. And then, there's a lot of these here. A lot of these are garbage. Like, let's see.
And to that point, like what you said, where people won't believe it or they won't care. Either people will believe it just from the headline and use that as ammo against him, or like you said, they'll just go, "Oh, that's just liberal propaganda."
Oh, the witch hunt, right? Whatever. He's immune. He's completely immune.
I do think that there is I do think the media did treat him differently than other politicians. I do believe that.
Yeah.
Well, so what's funny
I do think that was the case.
I remember when Trump was first a candidate, I remember that he, like all the Republicans, no one liked him. And because they're like, oh, there's no way he'll win or whatever. And then what do you know? Fucking America is like, no, we want this fucking guy because he doesn't feel like the other people. And then he became the fucking candidate and everyone backed him.
Well, that was that great Ann Coulter clip. I think she was on CNN and they went and they asked her.
I remember. I was just thinking of that.
What do you think? Who do you think is most likely? And she goes, of all the candidates today, I think Donald Trump. And they all laughed at her.
And everybody laughed. Howled at her.
Man, and it's funny because it just, because it did seem ridiculous. I remember I thought it was ridiculous. Like this idea that of all the people, like this, like essentially celebrity would become our president. It's like saying like when Kanye was first trying to get into the fucking game. You're like, nah, no way. Nowadays maybe some people on the left might start fucking voting for him, but
yeah. Well, actually, he's more of a. Actually, he would get the red vote. He's like they were claiming he was a Nazi, which is I guess that could go either way. I don't like it's sad. Like I mean, think back to the revolution. I know it seems irrelevant, but like what the things that they fought over, the Intolerable Acts, the Stamp Act, like they were not being taxed as nearly as much as we were. But what they really cared about was the fact that they weren't represented in Parliament, in British Parliament. And I mean, that's what started the war. Like, we don't know who fired the first shot, but Lexington and Concord was the start of them willing to die for their ability to just have political representation, which, I don't, you might not, like whether or not you can compare that to today, I think you absolutely can compare that to today. But instead of it being a different country, it would be like corporations and political, career politicians. I don't know. Like as we get older, we're seeing a weird use of technology in a horrible way and also politics in a horrible way. I.e., like I think smartphones I don't think they're bad inherently. I think they're used really dangerously. At least the applications on them are mostly social media. But politics is the same way. Like politics should be a good thing, and yet we abuse it. And it does. Like, do you guys think it seems like it's getting worse, or do you think it genuinely is getting worse, or are we just
like you're talking politics or technology? What are we?
Politics. I just was relating it to technology because people always go, "Oh, it'll be the death of us," but usually things don't end the world. But I can make a case.
I actually don't know because like I haven't really been in this world for very long. Because like the political world is just it's not something I've really engaged with, and so it's hard. Like it feels like obviously because like I'm 28, so it's just like I've not been on this earth that long. And in terms of like elections I've paid attention to at all, I paid attention to Trump and Hillary, which it just to me from my whatever very narrow perspective. Like I never paid attention to fucking the Obama and Mitt Romney election. Like I remember in fucking middle school they were having us like fake vote, not actually vote, but like kind of like teach us about the process and all that. And I remember I was just like, oh, I would vote for Obama because he's black or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I want the first black president. And but like now that I'm older, I'm like, well, that's a dumb reason to vote for somebody.
Yes,
like that's a very dumb reason. Like, because if Kanye was the fucking guy in there and he's spouting all his fucking Nazi shit, like, would I like? It's like, well, would we have voted him in because he's black? No. Now, Obama was a very good public speaker, though. That would be the biggest difference. He was very composed. I always like that's it. At the very fucking least, that's what I wish that our candidates were. Just be good at speaking at the very fucking least. But in terms of politics getting worse, I don't know, like because it feels like it. I think the discourse surrounding politics is definitely worse because of like social media and stuff like that, like the ability to just for everyone to put their opinion about something online, and also just this age of dis and misinformation about everything. And so I think that aspect is worse. So like it's kind of both. Now, I don't want to say technology is getting worse. That's too broad. That's too like because really it's amazing. Technology is incredible.
Oh, no, I don't mean the technology. I mean the way that it's affecting
the application.
The world.
I mean, again, it depends on what we're talking about because we're probably only really thinking about it in social media terms.
Sure.
Because if we're thinking about it in terms of like how like think about how much it's helped like disabled people at this point, like people who've lost a limb or something. The like I forget what it's called, the actual specific term for it, but like what we would think of as like bionics. Like that stuff is incredible now. They can attach stuff to your nerves that reads the fucking signals from your brain so that you can have like a robotic working hand. It's incredible.
Boom.
That is incredible.
And or like the crazy fucking exosuits, the exoskeleton things that the military's like testing out. I don't know if they've actually put it into action yet. Like, did you guys ever play? Forgive me. Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, where they had these like exosuit things.
Oh yeah,
you're not like in an Iron Man suit or something. It's just like this basic exo frame thing that you can get into. We have those now. You can get in those and actually walk around fairly comfortably with like 300 pounds worth of shit on you.
So then like with medicine, we know medicine's getting amazing, right? However, not everyone needs a bio suit to walk, whereas social media does affect everyone unanimously because of the social sphere. Like even if you just take the political frame and go, I mean, like genuinely, what proportion of politics in general do you think is affected by social media? I would say at least 95% of it is affected, whether good or bad. Probably
think about worse.
I mean,
politics,
I'm not sure.
I mean, the total opinion of the country, the opinion of even other politicians between each other, like the way that the culture is shaped now more than ever is from social media. I think is that fair to say? And that affects the politics, like everything that we think.
That definitely is declining in terms of quality of discourse, in terms of productivity of the sharing of ideas and like those things. I guess if you're looking at it from an up or down metric, maybe it's just me, when I think of politics, I think of like the literal institutions, the actual politicians themselves, the government, the debates, the voting, the actual political sphere. But yeah, I mean that does include the voters, and when you think, oh, we're politics, yeah, that also does that include political memes? Like, are political memes politics? You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's a dumb question, but
absolutely,
like, they are just so we know what
they are as much as a political cartoon sort of spells out in jest the perspective of the I know that's maybe one biased guy, but that's what shapes history is the way that we look back and think of people, and then that affects the future. If we go, oh, Republicans did this, oh, Democrats did that, that's going to affect the next election cycle, which is affected by that. You said meme in this case. I think I don't know, that's a good question. Is any talk of politics? That's kind of like our art discussion. Like, what makes
if that's the case, I would say politics are absolutely getting worse. Is such a reductionist term, but worse in the sense that, like, I don't know. I mean, just the conversations I used to have with people around politics, yeah, they were kind of still polarized, and people generally still picked a side. But now, people won't even engage with anybody who even slightly disagrees with them, and then they just pigeonhole every whatever for every topic that comes up gets pigeonholed into this belief system of just being, oh, you're right or left, and then even then they take it a step further and go, well, these are the fascist capitalist whatever corporate you just associate these things with the right, or they call the other people libtards and these commies, and which maybe none of that's new. They did that with the hippie movement and things. Oh, you're just a bunch of commies and whatever. They support the war. Yeah. So that's not really new, but I don't know. I wasn't around in the 60s and 70s. It's really hard to kind of say. I mean, you have to look at just from what it looks like on. Now, we're also going by social media, which, me and you, Andrew, have talked a lot recently, that the dialogue on social media really is the dregs of discourse. It really is impossible, not impossible, but it's really hard to do anything productive on social media just because of the form of communication that it is. So I don't even know if that's a fair assessment, because I can have talks with people in person who, and I won't say names, obviously, but afterwards, Adam will probably be like, I know you're talking about people in person who online will say just things that I don't even believe that a human would think. That I'd be like, who taught you this? Like, what echo chamber do you live in? But then we unpack it more in person, and you have the body language, and you have there's just more that goes into it, and maybe it's it's not as charged as it is online, and you're behind a screen, so you feel safer saying whatever. But
yeah,
I see some of the dumbest opinions online, and I go, that can't be real.
Well,
and I don't know. Maybe that's just always been like. Maybe just uninformed is uninformed does.
I mean, the whole behind the screen or the anonymity of everything, like, that certainly contributes to, like, how I guess inflammatory people will be, because hold on, I'm having a fucking issue with my fucking mic. How loud am I to you guys? Like, I feel like
you just got quieter.
Okay. Fucking damn it. I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. That's weird. Hang on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail the fucking conversation here.
Totally, just yeah.
I know.
I've got it locked in. Don't worry.
I'm trying to do like multiple jobs here and pay attention to the stream. Also not, and sometimes I'm like really loud, and other times I'm not, and I'm having to play around with OBS and my fucking interface and make sure I'm not like clipping, which sometimes I am and sometimes I'm not. So that's why I'm asking, and I'm having to make sure you guys aren't like overly loud, too loud, too loud. Yellers. That's the word. Too, not overly.
We're yellers. Old yeller.
But in turn, let me get back on. Let me see if I can get back on track here. Like what you're talking about, like with how people are more inflamed, or they seem to be like you have these conversations online, and then you meet them in person, and it's totally chill. And it's because you're face to face. It is. It's because you're like, for one, like having in-person conversations, you get a good look at the person's face, so you can, for one, you can see they're not angry when they're saying it at you. Maybe they are, but like if you're talking to someone, you're probably not looking at them like you're about to fucking kill them, right? You know, and people have this tendency to feel like that over text because it is very dry. That's why we have emojis, which I fucking hate, but I get there is a use for them in terms of like you want to put them in places that help you express what you're like, how you're actually saying it in a way. And so when it's just dry text, like I tend to not use emojis because I really fucking don't like them. That they're sort of like, I don't want to say they're the death of communication. That's so absurd. But like they feel like that. Like anytime you see like someone say something and then they put a whole bunch of the crying laugh emojis after it, and I'm just like, oh God, shut up. Like it all just boils down to that. It boils down to the stupid Pepe fucking laughing, crying, just haha, stupid. That's
like
what
laugh reacts.
People, dude, that shit pisses me off too.
That like I actually have to really control my emotions, which I am inherently fucking bad at. Whenever I'm trying to actually have a genuine debate with somebody, and I'll type out this serious comment that I put a lot of thought into, and then someone laugh reacts it, and I just want to I want to murder them. That's my first impulse.
Yeah,
is to drive to their house and light it on fire, and I'm like, there's no way that this is conducive to.
And I would like to make it. I would just like to make it clear that I feel the same way, but it's not some like childish instinct. It's more like, it's not because I'm like angry that
right.
Hold on, let me see if I can word it correctly. It's not because I'm angry that they laughed at me. Like I'm not like I don't feel like I'm like being laughed at in school or something. It's more like it's this idea that you are trying to have the serious conversation and the other person just isn't. Like they are having no part in it. They don't want to. They just want to own you, bro. It's all a prank, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just fucking around.
Like the debate. Interesting that these people are voting for the president.
I know.
Do the same thing on live TV.
I know. This is what we're dealing with. Like, this is who's going to vote. People who fucking do that. They won't hear out anybody. And like that debate was memed into oblivion immediately. Funnily enough, at least by both sides this time. Everyone, left and right, everyone, socialist, fucking alt-right, everyone's like, man, come on. Like, really?
Yeah.
We need to, honestly, I think one of the biggest things that will change the country, as unempathetic as this sounds, will be the death of the baby boomers whenever they're all gone.
Oh, Jesus.
But they proportionately are such a large share of the population. The way that they're making Social Security insolvent, the way that they affect politics. I mean, I'm pretty sure baby boomers own 40% of all the wealth in the country. And they definitely own the most of any generation. Maybe Gen X is coming close now that they're actually, nearing retirement age. But it's insane that, like, we have this one generation. Like, think about even who's in office, right? Nancy Pelosi's in her 80s? Mitch McConnell. I mean, isn't Trump 84, 85?
He's like 3 years younger than Biden. That's all I know. So I think he's like, what is he? Hold on, let me look it up. I think he's
at least 80.
81?
These are the people that are shaping our future. They don't know. I mean, unless technology really changes in healthcare, they're not going to live for another couple of decades at most, maybe even to the end of this decade. Like
Trump is 78, if you could fucking believe it. I'll be honest, like he doesn't seem like it, but
he doesn't.
He has tons of work done and has the tan. I'm sure he's had work
no, I
done.
just mean like work. Even coherently, like he can at least form sentences and shit. But even in that fucking debate, man, like while he could form complete sentences, he wasn't really like stuttering too much from what I remember. He had this weird, like he would bring everything back to immigration for some reason. Like every fucking topic, it was something about immigration, and I'm
that's his brand. He is
sure, but not everything. Like get real, like really, like everything is immigration. Like come on.
Remember in Family Guy when Lois is running for the town?
Yeah, and she's like 9/11.
9/11. That's what that is. It's no one wants to talk about fucking like what you were just saying, the GDP, and I know it's boring. Don't ever let me pull things in the economic way, but I think it's sometimes important.
I don't care if you talk about economics. I don't know shit about it. More people need to know about it because it's always this huge political talking point, and no one knows anything about it.
Because you mentioned GDP, which is such a great, I love that you brought that up because, both Trump and Biden bolstered they claim to have, bolstered. What is that term? Whenever you like claim something proudly, bolstered, whatever. They were both proudly claiming that they
boisterously. I don't know.
Yeah, similar words. And it's like even like you said, it was similar, but like whenever you take into account inflation, like it's hard to ever compare any two things. We saw with Obama the greatest increase. I think we doubled our debt in that time, and then Trump increased it even more, and then Biden has now, they claim, Trump did more in his time in 4 years than Obama did in 8 years. It's like, yeah, that's a factor too. But like when
you say did more, do you mean increased the debt?
What do you mean? Yeah. Sorry, he did more damage, I guess, to the
debt.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. I don't know. Did he?
But like GDP, what's really more important than GDP is the debt ratio. So what that means is, are we spending more than we could triple our GDP in 3 years if we wanted to before the end of a term, and a president could go, look what I did to our domestic product, look at the value we brought to our country. But if your debt increases by even more, that's the problem we're seeing right now. I think our 4 largest spendings, the things that we spend the most on federally, are Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, military is third at $800 billion. And then I always forget the fourth one. But Medicare and Medicaid individually and Social Security spend we spent 1.2 trillion on Social Security in the last year. I want you to just wrap your mind around that for a second.
No, you know what? I can't, because you can't. It's fake. At a certain point, this debt is it's so incomparably large that it might as well just be fake. The whole world might as well just get together and go, all right, guys, let's just stop, reset, boom, done. And then our fucking debt would be at 30 trillion the next day immediately. But
it would be. Well, and that's like, I think because like I think a lot of, like, whenever we talk about, corporations, fuck corporations, fuck the government. And when I say we, I mean the populace has a huge part to play in that, of course, right?
Are you saying fuck whatever corporations and all that? Or are you saying like that's what people say? I don't.
I guess what I meant was like anyone could say that, like, oh, look, the man. But
I think most people generally agree with that. But yeah.
We could end Walmart and Amazon tomorrow. We could do it. Just stop buying, assuming, and Daniel brings this up, assuming subsidies weren't provided. But like, I think it would make enough of a difference that we, like, if we just stop. Like, I don't think you could have a government contract for Walmart the way that Boeing and GE survived.
I don't know.
So it's the same way with
they'll get bailed out, and that's part of the problem. Is the government is too interwoven with the corporations. We see this with the bailouts. We see this with the contracts. We see this with companies that are too big to fail, them bailing out, who was it, General Motors, and a lot of these other companies. They just would. They realize that these corporations are not only too integral to late capitalist America and our society in general, but also because that's who the politicians and everybody has, that's where the investments are going with them, the Fortune 5s, these huge, global companies. and the politicians have stakes in these companies. You know, they vote on legislature that benefits these companies, and in turn, the companies, you know, they reciprocate in a number of ways. And obviously, we could spend a whole conversation unpacking just how that happens. But for now, we'll just leave
I was
it
gonna
there.
say, I
just so it
think
doesn't
I would like
too
to look
boring.
into that on another stream because, like, whenever someone says these corporations are spending money on all this legislation and shit, I would like to actually start looking into what specifically people are referring to, even you, because like I'm not sure if you even know like necessarily. I'm not like trying to like call you out or anything. I'm just saying like I'm not sure if you know
Yeah,
necessarily which laws
Andrew would be able to
specifically
explain
benefit.
it better than me, but
Well,
we
I
talk
mean, if
about
he
it.
doesn't know
So
the actual legislature that's going in, then it's almost
Well, okay,
pointless.
so like let's take Boeing for example, right?
I'll
Boeing
let
we
you
know
take
is
over that one.
huge, and that's the easy one. Like Boeing just has government contracts. Like I mean,
Sure, with the military,
same
right?
with yeah, right. And I mean, whenever you think about how much money, like we know that the military is also a money making venture in a way, in terms of well, I mean, if you want to go the Middle East war route, and you don't even have
Asset
to.
generated. It's not necessarily money, but it expands our
It's
empire.
value.
You think of it like Rome, and you think of it like these other throughout history. It's expansion. It's expansion is what the military-industrial complex does, and that's why it's not only do we it basically backs our dollar, and we can get into that later, but
Oh,
it is
I would love
it's an
to.
industrial complex. It's a military-industrial complex to acquire assets, acquire geopolitical position, establish embassies in other countries, establish central banks in other countries. It's all for power and money. We're an empire. It's the United States empire that is essentially powered by the military-industrial complex. So just because it's not money that we're not going over and getting Saudi currency, it's like annexation almost. It's of another country, and that's why I think it's such a massive expense. Is we're not Our military isn't just they defend us obviously, but this isn't about defense anymore. This is
Well,
about like conquest.
nah,
And
I don't know about that. I don't know if I'll go that far because like you could like I could make the argument that so like we have a lot of fucking hold on, fucking up here. A lot of like allies, right? We're allied with a lot of countries, and that is part of like the whole like the rhetoric. Oh, they're defending your freedom and shit, and obviously we don't have our fucking soldiers walking into every country, shooting everyone down, and going, yeah, those were the enemy. Now that we did that, America's safer. We don't have our fucking soldiers doing that. Just having allies does protect us to a degree. And it's funny because of those allies, that's why we aren't one of the fucking many countries on this earth going through some sort of insane civil war, or we're not being invaded. Like if we didn't have the allies we have, we may not have made it as far potentially.
well, and I would call that an empire. But yeah,
Actually,
sure. I'm just saying I don't like the idea that it's this like everything we do is for conquest necessarily. Like I don't
conquest isn't the right word, but not conquest in the traditional sense, but in a geopolitical sense. So that kind of goes hand in hand
and corporate
with
too. Corporate. I mean,
in a corporate
everything
sense.
you buy is from overseas. So from a corporate perspective, I definitely agree with that. And I don't think the government could survive without, again, if we talk about GDP, the government cannot make money except through taxes for the most part. I mean, yeah, like the government's not a business in the sense that it can survive on its own. It has to have the body of people and businesses to generate federal income tax, to generate wow, I sound smart, to generate the personal income tax. Like, so it is in their best interest for people to make money, maybe not directly, but like we do willingly give the government money every month to function. And if they invest that in corporate entities that are overseas, right? There's gross domestic product, but also the larger number is gross national product, which includes everything overseas. Like, look at everything you own. It either says Taiwan, China or Vietnam, like literally everything. American-made products are more expensive because we do have a relatively federally mandated living wage that drives the cost of production up. In China, they just don't have that. It's here you go, 13 cents a day, and all of us, as much as it hurts to say it and recognize it, we benefit from that. We do, and it's really painful. Like we're the Pan Am of the Hunger Games. We don't see District 1 through 12. You know, if District 13, a la Afghanistan or the Middle East, rises up, we're going to send them underground, just like in the book. I think that's a great book from a political, because it is. It's, you're the coal district. You're the what, and some districts are richer than others, but we're just chilling in Pan Am, you know, and like we have our own issues here too. Nothing is perfect, but like it's better than Taiwan. It's better than.
Yeah. And I mean, that's one of those things where, like, what do you, so I think about this quite often, and I don't really know where, like, I don't like the idea that, obviously I don't like the fucking idea that we essentially are profiting. It's not, well, you know what, maybe there's almost certainly slave labor still in certain countries. Like, I think, isn't it like with cocoa beans, like almost all of the cocoa beans are through slave labor?
That's why fair trade is such a big deal. Like if you see fair trade chocolate, first of all, it's fucking 8 times the price of normal chocolate.
Yeah,
and that's why it's like it's in such big font, because it's like, you know, it's a selling point because so much of it is not fair trade. And a lot of textiles, a lot of beans and you know, foodstuffs, I guess, like that would be. Are absolutely slave labor. A lot of our technologies. Go look up where they get cobalt from. It makes you sick to your stomach.
Lithium.
It's disgusting, and it's in all of our phones. Every time, you know, we buy a new iPhone or a new Android phone, whatever it is. It's at the expense of several dead, wherever, South Africans or wherever the mines are. You know, and we do absolutely benefit from that. It is a disgusting thought, and you know, and that's because of the power that we have. That's because of.
I mean, that's part. It's kind of the world, right? It's not just our power, because like those countries engage in that. Like, I don't want to say they're happy to do it, but like, obviously, that's like us buying from them is a source of income for those countries, and so. And for, you know, for whatever reason, they still engage in those activities, and so
not
they
the people though.
What?
That's their leaders deciding that. Like, I don't.
And you know what? To be fair, most countries are nowhere near they don't have the laws that we do. They don't have that shit in place. And so that's why that happens. But like, I don't know. Like, even. Like, do you remember that pic? I don't know if you saw it, Andrew. I know Dan did. There was a picture of a new Amazon warehouse that popped up in like Mexico, and it was like right beside like a shanty town.
Yes, I've seen that.
Are we sure that that's a real photo?
I guess I'm not. Maybe I need to look into it. To be fair. But all right, so just for
that photo, that shit haunts me. I hate that photo.
I mean,
for a number
and you know what sucks? It's like I could believe it. That's the worst part about it. I could believe it.
I
guess I basically do believe it. But you know what? Just for the sake of example, let's just accept that that's true, right?
I'll send you the article in the chat. This is legitimate here.
It is legitimate.
Here you go. It was in Tijuana, and there's a picture of a guy next to the clothes that are hanging next to the shipping dock. And there's like a barbed wire fence. Yeah, that's real.
Send it to the not Discord, the other one.
Oh, I keep sending them in the one we're in. Okay.
Oh well, yeah, and I mean, don't send it on Discord at all. Send it on fucking, you know.
Oh, Messenger.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
I can't ever remember the fucking name of it. Messenger. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. I mean, and it probably does bring in wages, but
well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like I don't know how much like how much work does it, for one, because like it is easy to look at that photo and go, my God, look at us, like this is terrible. But like I do wonder, it's like, okay, maybe it's bringing jobs to an area that doesn't have any. Now, unfortunately with Amazon, it's hard to think of them as anything except cynically. Like I can't. Like, it's hard to believe that, you know, obviously, And you know what? No corporation is just doing something out of the good of its heart. It's obviously so it's going to make money, but by proxy, it will also do some good by bringing jobs to some areas. So, like, I never like just like looking at a corporation and going, ugh, fucking corporate, because it's like, no, we like, unfortunately, our country runs on this shit. Like, without it, like, we wouldn't have the lives that we do necessarily. So, but with
which might be a good thing.
Like with that thought, like Amazon, like when I honestly, the first thing that made me want to stop buying from them was the issues we were that we were raising here in America with, like, because once everyone found out Amazon drivers were fucking pissing in bottles, once they found, most people still don't know this fact, but like the fact that like multiple people, I don't know if it's still happening, but like there was a year where like multiple people died in the warehouses, and like because of like they have like automated, I don't know what you'd call them, but essentially like almost like automated forklifts in a way that like move like large portions of packages around on pallets and stuff. They're running around in their warehouse. They're on set tracks, but people walk out in front of them. The fucking drone doesn't know any difference. It runs them over, kills them. And then the fucking rest of the workforce that day who saw it is like, dude, I can't. Like, I just saw someone die. I can't work around this. And then they were forced to continue working. And it's like that alone, like that story's not as well known as the peeing in bottles thing, which is weird to me. And so,
well, because it's not as like, you hear peeing in bottles and you think for some reason that's like more
worse than someone dying.
Common. Well,
not
it's more common, I think.
It's more like, I guess I don't want to use the term memeable. I know there's a better word than memeable, but it's more
like relatable. You're like, oh wow, yeah, I can
maybe
that like believable.
How?
Like it's more,
how? Like,
what's the word if you like?
There's a
it's
word.
like sensationalized. Peeing and like that to me.
Is that really more sensationalized than someone dying?
I mean, obviously, just because more people know about it. I'm not saying it's better or worse. I just mean like
I don't. Well, the thing is, I don't know how many fucking news stories. And see, this is where you could get into the crazy conspiracy shit of, you know, Amazon or whoever paying certain news companies off, right, to bury the story. Which
I think that's possible.
It does. Like that stuff does happen. Like it totally does. And so, like, it's why, like, because like obviously if the other story was actually brought to light, it would be way more sensationalized, way more.
Yes.
Because that's crazy that you'd have to work next to someone's dead body. Not maybe not literally next to, but just even in the vicinity. Like you saw or even heard that someone died in the warehouse that day, and you're told, okay, you have to keep working though. Sorry, you know.
And now, fuck.
Like,
that.
are you like, God, man? And like I'm trying to get back to the original fucking reason I brought any of this shit up. The
Amazon corporate politics.
It's this idea like overseas. That we kind of we have the lives that we do because of all of these other horrible industries. And like with Amazon, it sucks. It really does, because I've talked about this more than one occasion. This whole thing where, let's say there's a product, right? You can easily go down to the store and get it. Now, I know a lot of people just don't like leaving their fucking house anymore, but I am always one to go to the store and buy it before I'll go to Amazon. Now, the issue I face, like right now, like I guess I technically have a job. It's a part-time job, but I'm in school, and so like I don't have a full-time job. I'm not making a lot of money. So like I need cheaper. If I need something, I have to buy it cheaper. And what Amazon does is they will deliberately, at least on certain products, undercut their competition by like a significant amount in order to get you to shop with Amazon instead of going to the store. And while I can recognize the shitty business practice, while I recognize I hate fucking Amazon, it's like that's still money I'm saving. Like, it's not small amounts either. It's the difference between like a $50 thing or a $35 thing. And if you know, if you're on a budget of fucking, I don't know,
that's
$700 for the month.
A lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. And so it's like that's a good point. I don't want to say you do have the choice to not shop there, but like it's so, I don't want to say it's impossible, because it's not, but like for some people it might be like you need to go for the cheapest thing. Like, unfortunately, like obviously if it's something like coffee or something. Like, then fuck that. Just don't. You got to figure it out. You don't buy
also
coffee.
Buy too much fucking shit.
Yeah, I know, and I'm
yeah.
trying. I'm not talking about that right this second. I'm talking about for basic needs.
Well, that
Amazon.
matters,
well, no, I know, but I'm not talking about that right this second. We can talk. We can have that conversation. But I'm just saying.
Can you give me an example of like a basic need? Because I thought two things during that. The first thing I thought was like, maybe as a country we keep talking about like how corporate entities give us the life we live, but we're all kind of miserable because we don't have that delayed gratification or we have that instant. And like maybe it would be like good. Obviously, it's hard for us to say that we would give things up, but like there are things that people should give up. Like whenever you can order your fucking charger in the mail or whatever, there's a bunch of just garbage that people order. Like Daniel said, we buy. But like there are necessities that you need. But is there anything that Amazon offers? Let's start with food, right? Obviously, they can't offer a living, but like food, you can always shop cheaper.
You can.
What about what would be a necessity that
I'm trying to. Well, yeah, Aldi and Lidl do like that. Those are the if you're looking for the cheapest places, at least around here, that is the place to go. Yeah, I will say it's usually never as good a quality as even Walmart, but if you are on a budget, you have unfortunately you have to go for that. What?
I don't know about that because
for meat at least.
Business model. Lidl is the TJ Maxx of food. Like all their bananas are.
So is Aldi. Aldi's the same, basically the same thing.
I think they're the same company.
They might be owned by the same people. I don't remember.
Well, but a shirt that's 3 years old worn is one thing. A banana that's fucking got a bite out of it is another.
It's not that bad. Come on now.
I'm all right.
That's silly. Like you'll find people doing that at Walmart. You can find that anywhere.
You can't get old food.
Like it's not that much better.
Lidl and Aldi, for produce, I don't think Lidl and Aldi's much worse. I don't want to say worse because that sounds bad. It's comparable because produce, it just naturally it goes bad.
It does.
Now, I don't know about hormone or I don't know if is there such a thing as hormones for fucking produce? I don't know. I don't know if there's anything like that for produce, but for meat, I don't have anything scientific to back up the meat quality between Walmart and fucking Lidl or Aldi or something. But I do notice there is something. Have you noticed how large chicken breasts have gotten? I don't know if you've noticed this. Whenever I go to Lidl or Aldi for chicken, I'm just gonna say chicken specifically because that one, chicken's always a weird one that kind of grosses me out, and I'm always a little skeptical of it just because of what it is. But man, the breasts you can get there are they're an inch to an inch and a half fucking thick, and I'm like, is this real? This has got to have hormone shit. It's got to not be good for me, right?
Quite absolutely.
The chickens are getting bigger. Think about everyone goes, oh, GMO, but bananas didn't exist. We invented lemons. We bred citrus with limes. Lemons are not a natural fruit. Bananas, the original.
Well, they still did it, I guess, technically naturally.
Yeah, it's selective breeding. You can have selective breeding with vegetables and fruit too.
Yeah, because if it's capable through nature, then you would say it's natural, right?
Yes, but there are some
without
people that
human intervention. He means without any.
Well, that is human intervention. Humans made it.
But that doesn't make it unhealthy just because we manipulated biology to get what we want out of something. I think that's okay.
But you would imagine, because with the chicken breast thing, if you were giving animals hormones to make them grow larger or whatever, imagine you found that I guess maybe some people do this. You could take steroids. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
They're bad for people. They're not good for you.
They are bad.
Unless you have some sort of deficiency, in which case maybe you medically need them. But that's for a doctor to fucking decide.
I think those are a different kind of steroids. I've heard people say that I got a steroid injection in my ass.
Fair enough.
I think it's we use the same term for it, but I think metabolic steroids are different than the other kind, which I don't know what.
I was trying to look up some price differences between I was trying to look up just a basic need diapers, right? Every fucking parent needs those.
Yes.
I was trying to look up something like that, and my fucking I can't because I'm running the fucking stream from my computer, so I can't do a whole lot because I'm not super skilled, no BS. And I tried looking up on my phone, and I just have no fucking service. So maybe one of y'all can do that. Like, look up the price of diapers, like on Amazon, and then find the same product. So find like look up Huggies or something on Amazon, and then look up that same exact thing on, like, I don't know, Walmart or something.
Huggies size 3 little movers. Let me.
Oh my god, 168 count on Amazon. That's insane.
Yeah, whatever I saw, I couldn't see like everything on Amazon, but they were not cheap.
Let me see. So
this, I'm going to throw out a term really quickly that you're both going to go, what the hell are you talking about? But it's really important to consider anytime we talk really anything, but also money. Ceteris paribus in economics. Well, you can apply it to anything, but in economics, it refers to holding every other variable constant while you're discussing one. So, for example, if you're talking home prices, you don't just say, hey, my home was worth 800, my home was worth 300. There's a million other things to consider: the land, the size of your home, your mortgage rate, the interest rate, how much you put down. Like, there's a million things you have to consider. With this, right, Amazon, one of their strategic selling points is that they sell in bulk. I mean, pretty much everything I delivered when I drove for them was huge.
Not everything, but you can buy in bulk, I would say.
Like whenever I typed in diapers, the first thing that popped up was 168 count, 108 count, 100.
Yeah.
Is that bulk? I don't actually know. I've never bought diapers. Like, I imagine a lot come in the packages.
Diapers at like food, like you can get them at grocery stores. It's usually like 15 to 20 for a couple. Like, I would say they're usually $1.50 to $2 a diaper, just whenever I glance, not that I go down that aisle. But, and then in this case, it's much, much cheaper. We know that buying in bulk is cheaper with pretty much every single thing you do. You can buy cars in bulk, you'll buy cheaper. And I think Amazon, because like you could say, well, are they making less because they're selling less per diaper? No, because whatever the production cost, and we did a lot of this in like macro econ, was figuring out that there was a maximum profit level, even though you're making less per diaper because of how much the production costs, you're making more because you're just selling more, you're just selling more stuff. And I think that's where they really benefit. So like we could compare,
probably.
Sure, the Lowe's Foods one is cheaper by a lot, but you're also getting fewer. But also you might be getting a lower quality diaper. Like you might be getting just an off-brand versus Huggies, whereas we know Amazon sells everything.
And you know what? To be fair, like on Amazon, you can get a lot of off-brand shit that you cannot find in a store. So that would also be another thing. Because like Huggies, they might be too big of a brand to look at in that case. Because they may still be selling their shit full price on Amazon. Like there's plenty of stuff there's not a difference. I didn't want to say that every product was like a huge difference on Amazon. I didn't mean to like I hope I didn't frame it like that, Europe, but it's just
I had to get outlets, and where else do you buy an outlet?
Lowe's
converter, like a charger. Like where do you get a Type E charger for Europe? Like I've never seen that in any fucking store.
Well,
I had to buy it from some Amazon store.
To be fair, obviously that's going. To be fair, that is going outside of like basic needs and stuff. But obviously we aren't like living quite like we're not impoverished. I don't think, even though we would technically, maybe not Dan, but like I don't know about you, Andrew. Like I'm technically like on the like I'm technically considered lower class.
What is it? 48,050.
Holy fuck! Really? That's depressing. Good God.
Fuck things up. Which means, I teeter on that line because even though, like, I only get paid for that work. Like, I'm not like a teacher that gets paid all year. It's only the hours I work. So, like, on a day off, like if they have a holiday, I'm fucked. So that kind of screws with me. But, I mean, even up until recently. Yeah, I don't know. Like Dollar General is awesome. They're also kind of the TJ Maxx of stuff. Like if you go in there, you'll notice. Well, they also sell like Dollar General is the only place that I've seen that sells those little tiny fruit gusher packets that have like 3 in them, and you get like 6 of them for $1.50, right, or whatever, $1.
Well.
And it's almost like they manufacture them just for Dollar General. But I also know that Dollar General makes a lot of their money because they get their stuff for free, similar to TJ, not free, sorry, they get it for cheaper because some of it's like almost expired, some of it's kind of just damaged. Like Dollar General is not
what's funny is they're not even that cheap. Like, I don't know where this idea came from that they are like the cheapest around. Because they are sort of like a Family Dollar, but I think they're a little bit more expensive than a Family Dollar or something like that.
That's fair. Yeah, I was.
They're basically the same type of store, but like they're still not like in terms of like I don't think you should. Obviously, not everyone has this option. You shouldn't necessarily be doing all your shopping there though, because do they sell meat and stuff now? Like even Dollar Tree sells fucking meat.
No, it's only frozen. Whenever you say cheapest, do you mean relative to other stores or cheapest based on what you prefer to pay? Because like we know everything is gone.
No, I mean relative to other stores. Because like no, like for me like certain like food products and stuff like I'm not living so like I can live like just barely beyond my means. Like so like there's some things like I just refuse to eat. Like I won't eat like I hate Prego and Ragu fucking sauce. I fucking hate it. It's disgusting. It grosses me out. And so like I happily go and pay for fucking Rao's or Rao's, however you say it. Which it's expensive as fuck. It is like $8 a jar for that pasta sauce. But man, I fucking love it. It's delicious. I feel like I'm not gonna have a heart attack after I eat it. It doesn't give me fucking heartburn. Like
true, it might benefit you long term. Like that's why that was like. Sorry, you can go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say like for like so people would would look at that and go, see, it's so expensive to eat healthier then, because like Rouse is just clearly a better product. But what I would also say is not enough people buy like fresh vegetables. Man, vegetables like in the produce section are not expensive. No, they aren't.
Oh, not expensive, you said.
No.
I got to think.
So here's the thing. Hold on. Let me clarify. I'm not talking about the fucking prepackaged crap. If you're talking about like those, like everyone loves buying those they come in those plastic containers, like the fucking baby spinach in the container. That is expensive. But you don't have to buy that. You can simply go buy the baby spinach on its own. It's way cheaper. I shit you not. I bought, let's see, and you know what? Certain vegetables are going to be more expensive than others, but what did I buy recently? It was fucking jalapenos. I think I bought like 15 of them for like $1.32, man. Nothing.
Wow.
That is nothing. Fresh jalapenos, and that's from like Food Lion.
10 cents jalapeno. That's crazy.
That's from Food Lion, and they're not even like the cheapest. They're not even close to the cheapest store out there. Aldi and Lidl always are the cheapest options here in America.
You have to prepare them. You have to, make sure you get ones that aren't rotten.
Like, I think seriously, like if you buy, and the reason fresh produce is usually cheaper is because it's going to expire soon. They need to get it the fuck out of the store.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Like they can't.
And also, it's easy to just you don't have to package it. That
exactly. You put those shitty bags out there. People come and do it themselves, and no one complains about that. And you know what? If that's the difference, I would rather package my own shit.
Sure, for sure. And most people wouldn't people. People are, and I can understand some of it. Like people are busy. People like if you have kids, like if you're a single, and I know this is kind of an outlier, and I'm also not. This isn't like in defense of your thing because you're right. There's but I think as a whole, America, which is bad, gets complacent when it comes to their errands. Like, which is why drive-thrus blew up, right?
Oh my god,
grocery deliveries. Huge.
Yeah, dude.
Fucking groceries.
Yeah.
Or they get like the HelloFresh meals. Those are also very popular.
What's funny is HelloFresh is expensive. It's actually so like my parents did HelloFresh for a while, and they were buying. So they did like a kind of a cost analysis between buying like I don't know, like 4 HelloFresh meals for a week versus buying enough stuff for 4 meals a week. Now, here's the difference, all right? So, like HelloFresh meals are usually like they can be pretty elaborate. Like the amount of ingredients some of those things has is a lot. They send you a lot of shit in those packages, and it's a lot. Like some of those meals, like as easy as it is to have all that shit just delivered to you, so good. You didn't have to do the complicated part of shopping for it all. Oh man, I know, so complicated. But also, when you get them though, cooking it is a fucking task, man. There's like some of them will have like 8 steps, but within each step is like 3 micro steps. And so while something else, like I don't want to say you have to be a professional chef or something. That's degrading. But like it's not like they're not super easy things. There's always like always like some fucking no. You don't just pull out of the package. It's ready to go. No, they're like no. Here's all the ingredients. You're gonna make this sauce. You're gonna season the chicken. It's a lot of bullshit. Like I hate making them. Like I did that for a while. Like I hate making them because there's so many fucking steps. And it takes a while. Like it always is like, 10-minute prep time, 20-minute cook time, and then you're not a fucking expert chef, and so it takes you an hour to do it. And so like when I really like if you do like a cost analysis on the amount of ingredients they send you for these meals, like if you were to make that on your own, it's actually fairly similar to what it costs to get it in a store.
That makes sense. And actually, I've heard the free trials that they get you, like the first month.
Oh yeah.
Compared to the other months, it's egregious the increase that if you stay on it. So that's I would love to know if they factored in the regular price or if they got that kind of new member discount price. And
no. Well, what's funny is like you could kind of game their system. I don't know if they're still like this for a while though. Like you could kind of game it to where you can get the free month, just do the free month so you get all your shit free or whatever. Or maybe it's a discount. It's probably not free. But they would normally what they would normally have you do is like they would say like here you'll get like this many free meals if you pay for like a month or two.
Yes.
And so you do that and those several like let's say it's like 4 or 5 free meals or whatever. Like that's pretty convincing. And then if you say at the end of that 2 months that you've paid, you're like, I'm going to cancel. So then in the mail, they'll fucking start sending you other things. They'll be like, here, get a friend to sign up and get 5 free meals. And like, dude, they send it to you like fucking every 2 weeks. And you're like, man, like it's almost worth it to like scam my fucking friends just so I can get 10 free meals. I remember I got one that was like sign back up. I got one that was like 16 free meals if you sign up for like, I don't know, 6 months or something. And it's like, a whole month borderline, obviously, 16 meals, whatever you can, depending on how you spread it out. If you eat like 4 basic, like big meals for the week, and then all your other meals are, I don't know, something simple like sandwiches or something that you bought at the grocery store, well, then that's a whole month of free fucking meals. Like you can there's a way to kind of game them a little bit, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, that
because
was
obviously they know what they're sending.
Who actually started that, but I remember, Uber was a big proponent of, the idea that, you get a free ride if you get your friend to sign up.
Yep.
They would give free rides free trials have been a thing forever, but I know that was what really popularized, the Uber ride sharing was that concept of, you get a free ride if you share it with your friend, and a lot of other companies. I'm sure Uber wasn't the first to do it, but they're just the first I remember seeing, all these people, sharing codes and trying to get their friends to sign up and things because they wanted to go places for free. And it's brilliant. It's a brilliant business model. And now other companies have obviously done it and kind of not implemented, but they've adjusted, I guess, for lack of a better word, their business model to their product. But it's all built into the cost. At the end of the day, companies are still going to make money. It's a CPA. It's still cost per acquisition, but it's at the end of the day, it's factored in. They make their fucking money. It's not free. Nothing is free in this world, unfortunately.
Sure.
Or I guess fortunately, it's a good thing that nothing's free. Nothing should be free. Requires manpower to make. But
I don't know if I would say nothing should be free. It's more like certain things, basic things, like maybe like I could hear the argument for it because like water, that feels like that should be something that and you know what, I know there's a whole system behind it. Someone has to get that water to you. Like the convenience of having the water in your house, I get why you pay for it. But like that feels crazy to me, right? Like when I really think about it, I'm like, a lot of the world has to work for their water. Like they don't like in the sense not like work a job and then pay for it. I mean like they have to go out and fucking get it.
Yeah.
And it is free in the monetary sense, but it's not free in the sense that you have to actually go out and traverse the fucking world to get it.
Well, but the work, the interesting thing about like what money does, money is just a store of your work. So if you work, right, like that's what that argument eventually leads to is I think it's called like the fallacy of bartering, where everyone says, well, if everyone could barter, it would work out. But it doesn't work out if you think about like how services in the moment, if your pipes burst, right, and you come over and you pay the plumber, you give him money, and now he can go buy whatever the hell he wants with that, and you have your pipes clean. But if we were in a purely barter situation, if we had no money, if everything was quote unquote free in the sense that we didn't have currency, but we were trading goods and services just kind of a la carte.
Yeah.
It would be you would have to be able to give him a good or service that he immediately needed. Yeah. Like if he was hungry and you were a chef or a farmer, hey, I'll clean it for your. But it doesn't work if not everyone's a farmer and if the plumber isn't needing those things directly. So like whenever we do our work, we store it. What would be us walking to the pond to get water is just us putting value into the society, hopefully with whatever your specialization is.
Yeah, I mean we've switched one currency for another. Yeah, essentially.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like I hate people, dude. Our generation, whenever they say I hate money, it's like no, you don't realize that's such a great invention. Like yeah, it can be abused, but so can goods and anything. Like money's not the problem. It's the people managing the resources in general. Money. Would you rather like? I wrote a bit about this where it's like instead of money, if we had a coffee table based society, so everyone has coffee tables as their net worth. Whenever you want to buy something, you have to exchange these whole coffee tables. So that'll be 20 coffee tables, and you have to lug 2 of them from your car, go to the coffee table bank, grab 2 more. Like that's why gold's not a good currency because it's fucking. I mean. Well, the Romans used gold coins. They called them, I think, denariuses, whatever, Roman denarius. And, oh, fuck, there's a creeper. Hold on, sorry. Well, yeah, and that was accurate. That was an accurate thing, in Fallout. And it ended up not being great because eventually the gold value inflated. And in order to buy food, you had to have like 100 gold coins. And they realized that's stupid, which is why paper currency and now digital, it's scary because, digital can be manipulated. But, like, as an invention, no. Paper currency is amazing. The real problem is the economy it's built around is very dysfunctional. The ability to print money is very bad. That I don't agree with, which is why gold is good because you can't print it.
Well, okay, like so, but you still have would like a gold coin, right? Is still so. I understand why gold, in the sense, is a good currency because there is technically a limited amount of it on Earth, and so that is its value. But so if you then boil it down to gold coins, which during the Roman Empire, like the Romans, there was so many less of them than there are people now.
Sure.
So it may as well have been similar to them in the amount of it they could earn. It was seemingly, I don't want to say infinite, but like there was like they couldn't have all the gold on the fucking earth.
Right.
And so it may as well have acted the same. And so is that really much different? Like making it into gold coins? I mean, now it would be different because there'd be a lot less of it to go around. But is it really that much different, like, than printing money? Like, I understand that. Actually, because money's not like our dollar's not made out of. It's not like it's not regular like printing paper. How's it made? Like, what is it made from? Is it still like fucking what is it? Pulp?
It's just paper and ink, but the important part about the dollar is the unique, like on the 100, it has that cool holographic thing, right?
Yeah.
They want to make it as difficult to reproduce because, and this is I'm glad the conversation finally went in this direction. The money, it's not like with gold, right? There's 2 things that make gold better and worse. One of them is the fact that you're right. The more scarce something is, the more valuable it will be. The harder to generate more of it irresponsibly, right? Like with money, you have to actually go mine it, which
yeah,
and gold intrinsically has value, which is why Fort Knox for a long time, and I'm going to get to that. 1974, I think, was Nixon. He got us off the gold standard. He said,
yeah,
forget it. It's our money's not backed by anything of intrinsic worth anymore. But gold, like we said with gold coins, it works if you could pay for everything in a day with one gold coin. The problem was Rome's economy. I think this was the main issue, was you needed 100 heavy gold coins in a purse like fucking Skyrim to carry around in order to pay for everything. So it became just inconvenient, kind of like having weight. Like if you needed, like, you know, the Zimbabwe $1 billion whatever things, like,
yeah.
Like imagine if you went the other way and you said, all right, to buy, imagine if we only had $1 bills and you had to go pay your rent only with dollar bills, and you go, okay, here's 1,000 $1 bills. Just, you would lose 100 of them going over. You would miscount. Like that's what gold coins became. They just became too over encumbering and also hard to produce. So yeah, then we went to paper. But the hard part about paper is it has to be what is called a fiat currency. You may have heard that, which is backed by something else. So until 1972, all the gold that we got, whether it was from World War II or whatever, we mined it in San Francisco. It backed the U.S. dollar. You could go, I think it was 72 or 74, the early 70s. You could go to any, I think, bank or even Fort Knox and exchange your money for its equal value in gold. And if you have a bill, which no one does, it says that on there. It says it on the federal note. This is equal and exchangeable, whatever, at face value. Nixon didn't. I think the main reason he didn't like that China had so much of our money because we had borrowed so much, and most of that's, I think, I forgot what the fourth biggest expense was. I said Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and then military. Our fourth, I think, is interest just to China. I think it's like $400 billion.
Yeah,
it's insane.
technically, healthcare spending, I think, is actually the fourth.
Oh, maybe.
So like actual.
Oh, maybe. Well, but from a political standpoint, so maybe insurance. Yeah, I can see that. No, because that's Medicare, isn't it? Medicaid?
That's what it's. When I looked, it had two. Yeah, like, let me see.
Because Medicare and Medicaid they're sometimes considered the same thing statistically because they're both.
Yeah, let me see. Social Security. No, hang on. Where?
Don't forget about the 1972. Nixon, he just didn't like what really has more value, dollars or gold? Obviously, the fucking metal. So if you could exchange that internationally at any point, you could drain our actual net worth. So he took us off the gold standard and said, I think the quote was, take the U.S. dollar or don't. Who is not going to take the U.S. dollar in 1972? I mean, we're still kind of reeling as a world from World War II.
Yeah.
Infrastructurally, like that's what made America the powerhouse that we were. We weren't really before the two world wars. We loaned all this money to Europe to rebuild it. Germany didn't pay back their World War I debt to us. World War I to pay back Europe until 2010. Think about, I mean, how many decades is that? Yeah, I know. It's an amazing statistic. And now the money's not backed by anything except whatever we, like, that's where I think Daniel was going when he said as an empire, because it's not an empire like the Spanish Armada wanted in the New World. It's not an empire like Napoleon.
Well, yeah, that's where you would say our military backs our dollar, right? Or like, I guess the fact that we are like we have our hands in so many different places, that is what backs our currency.
And military, like if you say, because if you think, like, what do we have, 36 trillion in debt? Like, imagine if you thought of anything and said you have 36 trillion in debt, it wouldn't survive. Yeah, I think now it has to be. It was 35 last time I checked. It's got to be, and that's not all government. I know on the National Debt Clock website, which don't go on that if you're not happy as an individial. It's
that thing gives me a panic attack every time I look. Adam, you should pull it up just for a quick laugh.
The National Debt Clock.
I don't have good enough service, but yeah, I probably would just laugh because I don't like. I look at that and like it again, like it's long gone since the point where I looked at something like that and went, we should worry about this. Like it's it is laughable almost to a point where you're like, this isn't like, come on, this is just,
it doesn't matter anymore.
Why does, like, just fucking give up? Like, you're not,
That's
we're
so
never
weird
paying
to
this
think.
back.
That's a weird.
Well, and why haven't we is the question. Like, that's such a great point, is why has America 36 trillion in debt? Really, why? Why have we not given? It's because, as you said, it doesn't matter, because money stopped mattering, I think, when nuclear bombs were invented. Because in the past, if somebody didn't have any money, like in Civilization, have you ever played Civilization, Adam?
No, that's like some survival. Wait, no, it's not a survival game. Is that like sort of like? Do you know the board game Risk? Is it kind of like that?
It's like that, kind of, but with more.
Okay, I haven't played Risk either, but it, it's sort of like this. It's a simulator, essentially.
Risk.
Like
yes, and that's much more war-oriented. Civilization is great because you start from nothing and you have to actually build cities. You have to invest in workers that can repair your cities and build them. But if you run out of money and you're in the middle of a war, in the game you can use money directly to like pay for units as opposed to producing them, basically. So you can either spend time or money to get things, which kind of makes sense. But if you run out of money, like, you can't go into debt in Civ. You don't. The people just start to starve to death because they don't have the money to work for it. And if somebody invades you and you don't have the money to produce new units, you're done. Obviously, that's not the way things work anymore, because while we do have the concept of debt, which is a weird thing in and of itself. Like, if I said to you, I need bread right now to live right now, and you said, I have extra bread I can give you, I guess you could argue, well, you're going to owe me later on, but that's not a tangible thing. Like, that's not a and here's why banks are amazing. Banks have actually turned the concept of non-ownership into a value yielding thing for them, which is what your interest is. Anytime you pay interest,
we've always kind of had that, like the whole idea of a loan shark. Like, okay, I'll give you this, but you're gonna owe me this, or I'm gonna come fucking kill you. Like that. That is the fucking yeah.
And the collateral there is your life. Where that is so odd to me, and actually, I think, I don't know if it was a paper. I don't really read papers, and I should, but I remember seeing some article about how detrimental interest is to a society. Here's why. If you buy a house, right, and the house has an intrinsic value, the market determines that in a lot of weird ways. But like, we would all agree, a house has, even if money didn't exist, a house has value to us. You live in it, you shelter. If the bank says, sure, we'll let you have it right now, right, instead of having to give us all the money, which would take years and years of like working and saving up that value as money or whatever, or any other good that they would accept, to have them charge interest means that they are artificially inflating the value of the home as a function of time, and also decreasing the average value of your work and time spent in that home. Like think of it this way. If let's say you're going to live in the home for 20 years and you spend 500 grand. With interest, that home becomes worth almost 800, right? Depending on the interest rate. But if you're still living in it for 30 years, the average value per day of you living in that house has gone down because of how much more you're spending. Does that make sense? Even though nothing changed about the house, nothing changed about the market, except the fact that you're paying interest just because they were able to they accepted giving you that. Like, I think it's a weird concept, but even if you just break it down with smaller things like food, like, imagine if someone said, sure, you can have the food now, but the food is now worth more because you're getting it immediately. But that doesn't change the value of the food. You eating it right now, it still gives you whatever, 300 calories. But that's why we've seen such a hyperinflation, is because of the concept of debt. Without debt, interest is pointless, and interest lowers the value of things over time. And everyone's like, the government's only 25 trillion in debt, but the rest of it is consumer debt. It's loans, it's cars, it's student loans make up, I think, 1.7 or 8 trillion dollars. That's insane just for education. Like, and think about and that's a whole other thing. We don't have to get into that today, but why, like, the things that we've seen that have gone up the most in price are all government subsidized. Healthcare, houses, education, those are all the highest. And I can send you the little graphic of that. All the things that have decreased in prices are not even, like, think about how televisions have dropped in price. Have you gone anywhere and seen the price of a TV? We used to think of TVs as being this like egregious, they're cheap now.
Well, relatively cheap. like you can get a decent TV for like cheap. Like
yeah, very much.
Yeah, you don't need the fucking 8 or not even. They're beyond 8K at this point. There's like fucking crazy OLED fucking. You want the Samsung 100-inch? What do they call that thing? The Wall, I think, is what they called it.
Oh, yeah.
Looking, that's an awesome name, but like, what an absurd like thing that was just it was outdated immediately. Yeah.
Yeah. Student loans, for example, are a great example because it doesn't matter who you are, what your credit score is, or how poor you are. Sallie Mae? They will give you a loan. They will give you a loan pretty much almost not up to what you need. And I'm not talking subsidized, unsubsidized loans through your school. I'm talking through the website. For the most part, they will pay whatever you need.
Who?
And because Sallie Mae is like the government, they provide. Fannie Mae is housing. They provide home loans. So that's where housing comes into it too. But pretty much anyone.
I'm unfamiliar with the.
Fannie Mac is it's like the FNMC. That's for social housing loans for like kind of not great houses. But then Sallie Mae is for student loans. So
it's a government run program.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not. I think they technically call themselves private, but it's all government money. And the problem is
Navient's private, but it's all through the government.
Like GE or the trains, Amtrak. Amtrak runs at a loss. It's government. It's all taxpayer propped up. They're not a company. That's not...
Amtrak is in the fucking train company. Like
sorry. Yeah. They run at a loss.
Well, yeah. Like, how many people are really like the train? Like trains just are. I don't want to say they're obsolete. They
are absolutely
like cars. Fucking became a thing, and so like no one thinks about taking a train anywhere unless you live in like New York or somewhere that has like some sort of subway system or something like that.
But if you go to school and you go, okay, we all were pushed to go to college. Everyone. And I'm not talking like lawyer, like there are like doctors or even architectures. I want my building. We're talking, hey, I'm going for my psychology degree. I'm going to go party for 4. Like we know the degrees that are not necessarily degree worthy.
Well, I won't say that about psychology necessarily.
Okay, if you're going to be a doctor. We're talking like bachelors in psych, like the girls that they minor in psychology. Yeah, if you're going to be a psychiatrist, absolutely. But all like people go to get degrees and we're pushed there as a culture, right? I remember talking to my counselor as a junior in high school. And she's going, "What do you want to do?" Oh yeah, you want to teach. So we're all pushed there, and we go, "Okay, well I can't afford it because whatever the FAFSA fucks you or whatever." And so colleges see that everyone's coming to college. And everyone is willing to pay for it through the government. So why wouldn't the college provide a million different services like counseling, like a gym, like a pool, like all these fraternities that bump the price up? You don't need to have a counselor on the campus. You don't need to have a gym on the campus. They do that for the campus life to cultivate this weird. You can go off campus because here's why: universities shouldn't be about living on the door. It should be about studying and learning.
So They made this. Let me just clarify something. When you say counselors, are you talking about people like?
No, I'm sorry.
You're not talking about like therapy, right?
Yeah, that's what I am talking about.
You are talking about that.
Yes, they offer. Like I went to one. It was very weird. It's like and it's cool. Like it sounds bad for me to shit on that, but that bumps.
It's unnecessary.
It's pretty much a government subsidized.
I mean, yes, but so like you pay to go to those fucking colleges, like pretty much for the most part. Like,
yes.
Well, actually, I guess a lot of people do get loans and stuff, so that's where the government subsidy part comes in. But you still have to pay that back. It is mostly loans, unless you are like 4.0 grade average. Then you get grants and scholarships and shit.
Well, people aren't paying them back. That's why we have $1.7 trillion.
Well, yeah, that's because they fucking charge you in just disgusting amount.
But colleges wouldn't be as expensive if the government didn't subsidize them, because the colleges know that the money that the students are giving them is backed by the government. It is government worthy, tender pretty much. So of course what they're gonna do is they're gonna they're seeing.
I see.
We're seeing a huge rise in administration in colleges. There's all this red tape. There's all these application fees, and they can get away with it because people aren't going to look at the little fees. Dude, I mean, you probably are seeing this now. I didn't go to campus, but maybe twice, and they charged me like not infrastructure fees, but technology fees. They charged me fees that essentially went to pay for things like the football stadium. I wrote this long email basically talking about that. It's like, dude, fuck your football program. Really, fuck it. But if that brings in so much money from other bodies that it's like, of course they're going to have people pay more to go to these colleges for things they don't need to bump the prices up because
it's an experience. College is now an experience. It's not just about the actual degree.
Yeah.
It really is a scam when you really think about it.
No, I don't want to say it's completely a scam. I don't want to go that far. Like, because when you're,
I think it is.
Well, I know, but you went to a reputable college. I'm not going to name which one.
I went, but even then, it's not like whenever you think about the value of a degree and what it takes now to get a degree and how ingrained in society it is to have that be the standard, the bare minimum. Like I'm applying for a bunch of jobs right now, and that's the bare minimum is that you need to have a college degree. So if you don't have that, you're essentially locked out of most of the workforce unless you get a trade of some sort.
Well, that's a separate thing though. Like that's just education requirements going up. A scam implies you're not getting anything out of it.
Well,
but you do. You get an education at least.
I mean, so
it's not even a guarantee of a job at all. So it's in some ways, I mean,
that's true. Neither is a GED
kind
though.
of a scam in the sense that, like, the value of what you're paying for, a lot of times really doesn't pay you back unless you get certain degrees.
Well,
it's only
that's with everything in the economy.
Like Dan. So for certain degrees, I think I would agree it is kind of a scam. So like if you're going for like, I don't like what was you went for? What's your degree exactly?
My degree is it's like in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. It's in communication.
Communication. Okay.
Yeah, so it's literally the social science of the humanities, the social science, they call it the arts, but it's communication, and I got a minor in arts entrepreneurship. But for all intents and purposes, it is.
I thought it was like a business degree. Like people throw that term out. I don't even know if that's an actual degree you can get in business, but kind of essentially, but so like your degree, it could be a scam. That's what I would say. Like. Or I don't even want to say it could be a scam because then I think I would just round about to it not being a scam. It's more so like you already possessed communication skills, but then you went to college. You went to not every like for a university like what you went to. Again, not going to say the name. For a university like you went to, you took a bunch of classes that had nothing to do with your degree, and every fucking college makes you do that. That's fucking irritating as shit. Now,
when not gonna be fucking started.
No, don't worry. I'm gonna try and cover all this real quick because so like if it's something like let's say it's like basic English, basic math, like for my degree, I needed to take one humanities, which is essentially I took a history class. I needed to take a psychology class, essentially, an English and a math. That's I just needed to take one of each of those, and then everything else has to do with my degree. Now, I understand the argument for and against it. For would obviously be, well, they want you to be a more rounded, essentially, human being. Like some of those things, like basic math, you should understand. Basic writing skills, basic history, and psychology, you could argue whether you need it or not, but I think it is important for everyone to take a psychology class just to understand other human beings and how maybe other people operate. Now, do you need all of those things for the degree you're going for? Technically, no.
But I'm not going to college to be a well-rounded person. I'm going to college to be a specialist. Actually,
yes, but I mean, yes, but also if you're like for Dan, he's going out into the business world. He needs to know some of that shit. And if you're a person that doesn't, well, then you're fucked if you get out. Now, what I would say is,
isn't
in terms of,
isn't that what a GED is supposed to do? General
man, I don't know how well,
degree.
like, how many people as a GED helped, really. Like, that's not really getting to, like, maybe, you know what? I don't want to speak out of ignorance here. Maybe it has helped, like, it helps in the sense that, like, it's not nothing, right? But, like, a lot of places, I don't think really, from what I at least know or think, I guess, I don't think a lot of places look at a GED as, like, obviously, like, places look at a GED as lower than a high school diploma, and then past that, like, in high school diplomas don't really get you a whole lot of jobs. Like, they get you a lot of jobs, but, like, not with living wages, right? Like, a high school diploma can get you a lot of jobs, but it's not necessarily going to be a job that allows you to, like, live, like, comfortably even. Yeah, a lot of times it's basic, like,
well, but that's you're also gonna... there are corporate jobs where you can't live comfortably. That's part
true.
in part from the economy too. Like,
all right, well, hold on. Let me finish my point real quick, and then you can go on your thing. Because I don't want to forget it. But, like, for Dan's degree, it could be. Actually, no. I'm going to correct it. I don't think it is a scam. It would only seem like a scam to someone who did not actually take what they learned and apply it, because you already had. I think you already had communications. Did I even know you before college? Maybe not.
I mean, I certainly didn't have the. I mean, obviously the word collegiate applies here, but it certainly wasn't an advanced, specialized social science knowledge.
Yeah.
You know, and the history behind it and the technological aspect.
And
like there was
and all
so
of that,
much that I would have never known.
Yeah, and all of that probably informs a lot of maybe how you use that now. Sure. Yeah, and so, like, when you have that knowledge behind, so, like, you already maybe had a skill, like, just an undeveloped one, but then going through all of that helped you develop it, and there's a lot of probably good things that you learned, even despite the extra bullshit classes that they made you take. There's still probably a lot of good you got from it, and so you then could take that, and then you could take that, go out into the workforce and apply that. So I would not say it's like, it's not just that you have the degree, because everyone, like, I had to compete for my fucking part-time position against someone else that had already graduated. I got it though, because of my specific skill set. Like, I knew certain things about what they were doing that the other guy didn't. Even though he knew a lot of what I did, I still knew more specific things. And I knew how to apply that in a better way than the other guy did. And so it helped me get the job that now, when I get out of college, it will turn into a part-time or a full-time position. And so that would be the same thing I would say for your degree. Like, if you put someone else in, if another person goes through the whole same curriculum that you went through, but doesn't know necessarily, or can't think necessarily of how to apply it, well, then it's going to seem more like a scam to them. They're going to be like, well, I thought I was guaranteed a job. It's like, no. They give you the knowledge. Like, it's that, what's that phrase? It's like, you can give someone the information, but they can't understand it for you, you know? It's that idea. Like, you were able to take that information and apply it.
The backbone of modern capitalism and society. And
is it the backbone of modern capitalism? I don't know about that, but
absolutely. Because if you, I mean, every single job now that's worth any shit that is the college degree is the new high school diploma. So that's the issue, is what they cost, what they actually provide, and how they actually prepare you for a job and prepare you for the working world. Maybe not a total, like what you said, maybe it's in some ways it's a scam, some ways maybe it's not, or maybe certain contexts it could be a scam. But the fact that it is such a necessity, and the fact that it is the price that it is, and the fact that so many things are included that don't need to be, and things that aren't included that I think should be. You know, they don't really teach you much, and there's a lot of fluff. And I mean, even now, there's a lot of professors and a lot of indoctrination, a lot of bias, a lot of politicization, a lot of polarization. Now, the college experience is not not only what it should be, but it's not what it used to be. And the society around it now has warped the implications of getting a college degree. It's no longer about being a specialist. It's really just to check a box.
Well,
I've never had a single employer ask me for my degree ever. They went, "Oh, you have a degree? Cool." It really is just like it's a paywall. And it's a paywall that puts people 6 figures in debt. It's a joke.
Here's what I would say. I think I do agree with you, at least on the university level. There, like, a lot of college professors are allowed to inject their political stuff, allowed to inject all these sorts of things that have nothing to do with school. There is a lot of fluff, I think, more so in university. Now, I'm going to a community college, right? It's an associate's degree. That's the best I can get.
Yeah, that's very different.
Yes, and I would say, I think I would rather start encouraging people, and I think a lot of people are doing this because, one, it is cheaper, but also, two, there isn't as much fluff, and you can do a lot with an associate's degree. Like, I would encourage way more fucking people to, like, go to a community college because for a long time...
I went for 2 years to JC.
Exactly.
Whatever, I don't care. But I went to JCC for 2 years. I mean, it was a great.
Well, exactly, and there was probably actually, I don't know if there was less fluff for you there because if you were doing like a transfer degree, then they're going to make you take all the fucking gen eds, the general education classes there, and then do all the other crap at the university.
But either way, it was still a standard associate in arts degree. It was still a
but I mean in the sense like you maybe not would have like if I was doing that at the school I'm going to, then I wouldn't have any knowledge. Like, I'm doing an architectural program, and so I wouldn't have any knowledge of architecture at all. But like I would, because if I was doing a transfer program, it would obviously be for the purposes of going to a university. And the way that works is you take all your gen eds at the community college where it's cheaper, and they typically, I think, charge more for gen eds, and then you go to the university and you get all their, their fancy, crazy cool stuff for learning your architectural stuff. But I'm not doing that.
Assuming that the credits transfer.
I mean, these colleges have programs specifically designed for transferring, is what I mean. Like, the school I go to is specifically designed. They have a curriculum made for that, and then they also have a curriculum made for if you just want your associates in this thing, then you can just do that, and they will teach you like the stuff about whatever program you're going into. And funnily enough, I would say there's actually there could be a lot more value in there could be. I'm not going to say always because I don't know everything about every fucking community college out there, but the one I'm going to, the architectural program I'm involved in is actually they go to competitions. Andrew, mute your mic or something.
Oh shit, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. But like the school I'm going to, the program actually they do all sorts of architectural competitions. So essentially where they take their top students, whoever's doing the best, who they think would do good in these things, and they take them to competitions where it's essentially design competitions where they are told you have this amount of time to design a fucking house within this amount of time. You need to deliver us these specific plans, and that's how much time you have to do it. And the school I go to, it's community college, but we have been consistently our students have been top 10 in the country for fucking, for design. And we're beating out schools like I'll just say the one you went to, the university, who is known for stuff like that. And like we've had students be number one, and it's because a lot of times what I've realized is the professors there, like my architectural teachers, there is no political anything going on in this fucking class. It has nothing to do with that. Now the gen eds, I haven't really experienced any of it except in maybe my psychology class, but even then the political angle is like,
that's funny.
That gets
I had
a little
so much of it when I
well, I know universities,
every other professor,
universities suffer from it a lot more, it feels like, whereas this community college, like if you're not doing a transfer program, if you're going there for an associate's degree and you want to join the workforce after that, then you're going for a specific thing. And the architectural program, I don't know about the other programs at my school, but the architectural one in specificity is like they pride themselves on teaching you things that the universities aren't. Like they a lot of times, like they'll. I know you're not going to understand what I'm saying, but there's something called a wall section, and our school, like I've drawn, God, I don't know how many of those fucking things, but there's a lot of things in it that I might know over someone who went to the 4-year university would know. And
that's
and
crazy.
It's funny because I personally would have expected if I went to a 4-year university, that's what I would have been doing. But it's funny because a lot of what you would be doing when you get out of school is drawing that for an architecture a firm. Because a lot of times when you first get into a firm, you're not the architect. You're not going to be the guy, you know. You're going to have to kind of do some of the grunt work, and that is part of the grunt work, is drawing these wall sections, which can be boring to some people, might not be boring to others. I find it personally, it's like, it's whatever. But yeah, and a lot of times the people that went to the university don't maybe know everything, like certain aspects of maybe building code, stuff like that. Which sounds crazy because you would think, oh, well, if I spend twice the fucking money and go to the university, I'll get a better education.
Yeah, you better know that.
Well, in certain aspects, like, you know, the university has, and I'm speaking generally here, but you know what I'm talking about, has a lot more resources for, like, if you're building physical models, if you're doing stuff like that, you have access to all these computer labs, crazy printers that could print out these huge
because they get more money.
Exactly.
Again, this kind of goes
like,
and that's more what I'm referencing when I say
no, I know.
I'm talking about the universities. I put community. I don't even community colleges are in a completely separate, you know.
Oh yeah. I'm not even arguing against you at this point. I was still just making the case that more people should go to a fucking community college because it's been shat on for too long, and I think around like right now, like more people aren't.
About why.
Well, yeah, I know. It's because it's the cheaper school. You know, it's not a 4-year degree.
Everybody wants to be associated with a college and
it's not
the experience. And
I think that's changing though. I think that is changing. So. Like it's no longer seen as like this lesser thing. Maybe, you know, for some people, for the people that go to the university or whatever, that their parents fucking paid for all the college.
If your mom and dad fucking paid for it, fine.
But I think the tide is changing on that, and I'm super glad about it because like the amount of people that are promoting, you know, go to a fucking community college, go for a trade or something. You know,
I was about to say a trade.
Like trade schools are like, I don't know if they're dying out, but like they're not. But like we're about to. I think we are either about to or are currently losing a bunch of the people in the trade workforce. And so it's like it would be super beneficial to go get a trade job because for one, like you can make a lot of fucking money doing it. I have like 3 uncles that all have different trades. I think one's an electrician, one's a plumber, and one's a carpenter. And man, they all own their own businesses. They fucking make a good amount of money. One of them, he has built 2 custom houses. Like he's had the money to do that. It's crazy. And he gets to do all this fun stuff. He loves dirt bikes and boats and all this shit. And so like, you know, to have those rich uncles that you can be like, hey man, can I come over and ride dirt bikes? He's like, fuck yeah, like come on over. And so like you can clearly, like you can still make the money doing this shit. And those types of jobs need to be less like shat on, basically. Like we need to encourage more people that like it's not like this lesser job, because it's like, what the fuck would we do without plumbers, carpenters, and fucking electricians? Our whole fucking like everything we like would be gone. Like we wouldn't have it. And now, I know not everyone's built to be those things. Like, I'm personally not. I could do something. Like, a carpenter, maybe. I might be able to get into that. Because I do like building stuff.
Any skill. I genuinely believe that anyone can, to some degree.
Well, and you know what?
Any skill.
I'm at the point now where, like, so, like, I might still consider it a little bit of a waste. But, like, if you go for, like, a liberal arts degree or something, you're just like, ugh. Like, what are you going to do with that? Like, but like,
well, generally that's associates. Like I got my associates in arts. That's what that is.
Well, no, but I mean, if you go to like a university for that, like if you get a 4-year degree in like the fine arts or something, like what are you going to do with that? Like maybe but here's what I would say. I don't want to denigrate anyone because like that was my initial thought is like, oh, what are you going to do with that? But I'm now at the point where I'm getting to a point, like society's getting to this point where I'm like, man, fuck the money. Like, go, like, if it makes you fucking happy, like, if you can make enough of a living off of it to survive and it makes you happy, just go do it. You're going to live a better life. Like, it's better than doing something you don't enjoy for the rest of your life because then you have the midlife crisis and all that good stuff. Just, if you enjoy doing it, and here's the thing, if you enjoy doing it, that means you're passionate about it. If you're passionate about it, you can make it a great skill of yours. And you can actually,
and you'll probably do
you can benefit from that, and you can go further in that field than maybe someone who is in that field that is not passionate about it. And so you can actually make that a like not only a skill that is monetarily beneficial, but also mentally and emotionally beneficial to you. Because then, you know, it's the whole fucking, you know, do what you love, you know, work a day in your life. And people love to mean that into oblivion. But like, it really is true. If you like doing what you do, well then, like, it doesn't feel so much like work. And so like, I would rather encourage people now. It's like, man, do you want to go for fine arts? Like, do you want to be an artist? Then fucking do it. Like, just try it. And, you know, if it fails, guess what? You've got so many years. Go to another community college for 2 more years and then just fucking get a different degree. Try something or try something adjacent. That's what I would like to tell more people. Like, architecture was never in my head as like my first choice. But like, I figured out like I've always loved art and I'm pretty good at math. And also, like, going into the architecture field can actually like is monetarily beneficial. Like, you can make some good money doing it. And so I was like, okay, so I can combine, like, maybe I'm not doing exactly what I want to do, but like I do like learning all this shit. Like, I like the design aspect of architecture. It's really interesting to me, like how we built structures. It's crazy how we did this. And and there's an artistic aspect to it. So I was like, okay, so that's kind of like adjacent to what I like. And you know what? I can make some money doing it. And for all I know, it could fund or sidetrack me into the thing I actually want to do. Like, I would love to get into movies as like a fucking I don't know what you call him, CGI guy, essentially, though, which I know is a fucking volatile industry or whatever. But like, I love movies so much, like I want to get into that stuff. Like, it seems super interesting to me. And what I'm doing now is like 3D modeling houses, which is kind of like, it's kind of steering me in that direction. And so, people need to think more about like where the like.
Well, and it's so hard, right? Like,
it is hard.
You know, but 18 again, you're like, hey, what do you want to do with your life?
You're like, I
had asked to go to the bathroom.
I'm fucking 28. Like, I didn't know what the fuck I wanted to do at 18. Are you kidding me? I fucking went for a semester, flunked out, and then I spent 10 years doing, I don't know, basically nothing. And then I was like, Christ, man, I need a fucking job. I can't live like this. And then I realized, I was like, oh, I could do this. And then it wasn't even until the end of the first semester that I really thought about the broader applications of what I could do with what I was learning. And that's what something like more people need to think about too.
Teaches people, like, if that's what someone gets out of it and the college provides those resources, which a lot of them I'm sure do. I know the one I went to did and had programs and counselors and you know, like, or like, I guess the other kind of counselor, not a therapist, but like, you know,
an actual counselor, like, and things guide like you through your career.
That is a benefit, you know, and there are benefits to having all the resources that universities have, but a lot of them are, it's too, like, I guess, I don't know if, like, not mass produced, but it's too generalized. Like, there's so many things, like you were saying, Andrew, all these admin fees and things that you're not using that you're fucking paying for, that you're forced to pay for. It's not even like, if you could kind of have like an a la carte approach to college, but they don't do that. They sell it as a package and go, well, an 18-year-old can take a fucking, you know, $50,000 loan out and pay it back for the rest of his life. I'm going to get this money.
Terrible.
Of course, I'm going to, you know, not only jack the price up, but now it creates, it's, you know, and then a lot of these colleges, they're very selective with their applicants. So, they don't accept everybody, which like drives up, it's kind of like an artificial scarcity of sorts. It drives up the value of these degrees, makes them seem worth even more than they are, which is why I kind of went towards the word scam. Is if it was just the product or the service, I'd go, okay, but there's so many more, political forces at play, and so many it's more of it's a very tangled web that the collegiate system is, where it's like this is no longer just about higher learning. This is a revenue generator.
Yes.
And like everything else in America is a fucking revenue generator. The whole country's a corporation now.
Like, I know a fucking lot of, like, and that's why I would advocate for community college over at least first over a university, because there's a lot of benefits to a university, I'm sure. But a lot of universities, force, like, if you go there, like, if you don't go to a community college first and then spend your next 2 years at a university, if you go 4 years straight at a university, the first, like, like a lot of them, like the first year or two, they force you to essentially live on campus, or like they don't allow you to have your own car that you can bring to campus. They make you pay for like a lunch package, all this bullshit that it's just like, man, fuck you. I could spend way less money just buying this for myself.
Yeah,
I have to pee. I'll be right back. Y'all talk. Andrew hasn't talked in a while, so I'll be right back.
No, I'm good. You all made a good point. I think in a perfect world, high school would do all the things that college is trying to do. I think college tries to do too much, and so it's like a mini society. It's just not what. But that's just the economic aspect. Obviously, Adam touched on more of the purpose side of it, and I'd say we all have good ideas. Excuse me. We're all geniuses. And anyone that disagrees with us is wrong. So
there you go. Every thought counts. Boy, that was certainly.
Can I say it like a Minecraft thing, or would that derail like the?
No, that's okay.
Because if we're playing on Phoenix Land of World, Daniel, if you build an Ender chest, you can put it down and put everything that you mine in it, and I can take it out of it from a distance. I don't know why we haven't been doing that. Sorry, I just thought I'd throw that out there. Okay, anyway. Sorry to derail.
Gosh.
Yeah, we could maybe do a closer here in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up here because it's been a good almost 3 hours in this fucking thing.
Where did we start? Yeah, Biden. Who do you think is going to get it? And if you had to bet for money, no biases, who do you think is winning the 2025 election? Yeah, 5 election. Who's winning?
The problem is. And I hate even because there's so many things that I would say just kind of off the cuff, but the connotations that they have are all just inherently so polarizing. So what I mean by that, I know it was very vague. If I say that there's not that the election's rigged, but if I start saying, well, there could be election fraud. I do believe that election fraud exists. It's happened, all throughout history. It happened in tons of other countries around the world. Not to say that it couldn't happen in America. I don't know if I even trust our election process anymore. I don't know if I don't think a lot of people do. Especially when you have mail-in voting and you have, like you said, all these lobbyists, and you have these other forces at play that are manipulating things behind the scenes and secret societies and Bilderberg and backroom deals, and you have just this two-party system that really operates as kind of one conglomerate unit. I don't know. I think that if it was a truly free and fair election, I think purely from an economic standpoint, I think Trump would win because of how fucked up the economy is and how expensive everybody's feeling it in their wallets. Everyone. I think that is. And I'm sure you would agree, but maybe not. But I would imagine that, people, a lot of other priorities take second eventually whenever you can't afford groceries. And kind of like back to what we said before, is hungry people or people who aren't hungry don't revolt. Well, people are kind of, I guess, metaphorically, not literally hungry, but if we can barely afford groceries.
A lot of
some people are. Some people, yeah. I mean, I have friends that are barely scraping by, and they have like full-time jobs, and it's impossible.
It's insane.
So if they can, if people believe it's like, okay, well, if the economy would be better under Trump, I think a lot of people would reluctantly vote for him because of the social issues or whatever. But we've seen that 2 years of having Biden has just been nothing but a mess. And
it's been pretty bad.
Trump is certainly not my first fucking pick, I'll tell you that. But if it means that, that our cost of living goes down, it means that, that just overall that economically things are going to be more sustainable, and it's not going to be a cancer living paycheck to paycheck in just this, dystopian future world. Yeah, I think Trump would win. I don't know. I mean, there's so many forces acting against him, both in the media and politics and everything, that don't want him and would maybe choose that they it's really just a battle of the lesser evils. It's people say, well, Biden may be the lesser social evil, or at least this is the perception, is that he would be the lesser social evil. Trump would by far be the lesser economic evil. So it's like, well, what do you care about more? Obviously the debate taught us that neither of them really are offering anything fucking groundbreaking this election. It's all just a bunch of nonsense and conjecture and really just worthless talk. So I don't know. I think it's anyone's election. I see Trump winning just because of how miserable everything is economically. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that's enough to get people to, to like bring themselves to vote for this person that they hate so much.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll hate him less if they're like, well, I don't know. I don't really. There's just this general aura of apathy. Like people are just like, they're like, they don't even care. They're like, this is it, like kind of what Adam says. Like, it really is just two piles of shit. Like, what do? You're like, this is the best we got. I'll be honest, I don't really want to vote. I really don't. I don't know who I would pick. Like, I mean, even in past elections, even before I was old enough to vote, I kind of had an idea of who I wanted. I'm like, okay, both of these are, it's still politics and it's, whatever. It's not the best, but now I'm just like, God, man, I'm not in favor of this corporatocracy. I don't want to make rich people richer. You say, oh, the economy's getting better. Well, what does that even mean? Like, I mean, I see there's days where the Dow is absolutely, crushing it. And, corporate profits and revenues are at an all-time high, but meanwhile, wages stay the same. Inflation continues to rise.
Sad.
Cost of living continues to rise. So it's like, well, what does that mean? What is the economy? Just because businesses are doing better doesn't mean that median household income is increasing. It doesn't mean that the purchasing power is increasing. So, it's like, oh, Trump will fix the economy. Well, in what regard? Is it going to affect me? Is it going to affect our generation? Is it going to?
Yeah.
We know trickle down economics is bullshit for the most part. That, or at least maybe it was short term. It worked, but it certainly doesn't work.
Obviously, like in theory, like that's the idea. I was thinking about this the other day because I never really understood the idea behind trickle down economics because I just, one, hadn't thought about it, and two, hadn't looked into it. But the idea behind it being that, okay, if the businesses are doing better, then that means the wages increase, right? And then your standard of living increases, all that goes. That's essentially what trickle down economics is. Yeah. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And obviously, we like, in theory, that's a great fucking idea and would work great if those things actually trickled down to the, everyday man. Because that was always my biggest thing about, like, when I chose not to vote. Like, I was just like, what the fuck does it matter? Nothing they do affects me, like, at all.
Right.
Not a single thing. Like, I've never, like, I can't think of a single thing a president has done, except maybe, I don't know if Trump did this. It just happened while he was in office. But, like, well, when tax season came around and the standard deduction was increased, I think that happened under him. I don't know if that was his doing, but that may have happened just because he increased the standard deduction for everybody, like even businesses. But, like, that helped me. That was one thing I can name that I can think of. And you know what? I don't know if that was him or the IRS or whoever the fuck controls that shit. Who knows? But I did have one question. How the fuck did we get on this subject? I left when we were talking about school.
We just kind of circled back around to,
okay.
Biden. We were trying to kind of bring it all home and tie everything into.
Well, I don't think we can bring everything home in this conversation. Not most of what we talk about has nothing to do with this.
Wrap up,
conclusion. We're all fucked.
Yeah, topic of.
I don't know about conclusion, man. It's only 11 o'clock, man. We got all this time. What you mean? We've played Minecraft till like 2 a.m. the past 3 fucking nights.
Yeah, that's true.
Fuck you. If we got shit to talk about, we got shit to talk about.
Fair enough.
Because, I mean, we've always, you and I, Dan, have always said, and I'm sure Andrew's the same, we can fucking talk about virtually fucking anything forever.
That's true. Well, and I brought it around just because, we went on so many tangents, but all these things really are, intersectional is the word that I would use. They really are.
Is that the right word? The only fucking context I know that word in is intersectional feminism, but I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, but the actual definition, intersectional, it's pretty self-explanatory. Literally just break down the etymology of the word.
Well,
and
I see, and that's really the problem. I don't necessarily I know sectional as in splitting things into sections, or
and then interconnected. It's really
that's what that is. Interconnected.
Yeah, they all essentially
intersectionality is a sociological analytical framework.
Intersectional. These individual concepts that really do work in unison, or they cross over to each other, kind of part of a greater whole.
Okay, see, and you know what? I'm a visual learner, and there's some visual graphs, essentially Venn diagrams, except it's 5 or more fucking bubbles.
Yeah. And it is. Think about all the main hot topics are economics, education, immigration, things that don't seem inherently political, but fucking everything is really kind of part of our geopolitical sphere. The military, we think about all the things that we just touched on. In some way, they don't directly influence our lives, but they do when the value of our dollar is backed by nothing other than our military, which is its own conversation of what the military does, and then affects our taxes, and then affects the wars that we get into, which then affects the media that we consume, which affects the political campaigns. It is all intersectional. It's all connected. It's all part of. And I try to really avoid any kind of language that sounds like a conspiracy, but it is a big framework, and whether it was designed intentionally or whether it's just this perfect storm that arose out of just years and years of different kinds of corruption. It really is it's fascinating.
I definitely don't think it was intentional.
I think part of it was intentional.
Maybe some parts, but when you get into this huge web of interconnected things, you would look at that and you go, there is literally no way. There's just no, if you actually, the fucking It's Always Sunny meme of fucking Charlie with all the fucking,
I love that.
Yeah. When you look at that, really, there's no fucking way. I don't think it was intentional. I think a lot of it maybe has to do with certain things coming about that then gave rise to other things. That's what
I mean by intentional.
Yeah, and
it's not 100 years ago people sat down and concocted this.
It's not like that. And so that's why I wouldn't say it's completely I wouldn't say it's intentional necessarily, because that sounds too much to me at least. Maybe I'm misunderstanding whatever, but
intentional.
It sounds.
Even just think about the 2008 crash. The 2008 crash wasn't intentional, but everything as Andrew and I,
all the people that profited from it,
and you and I watched The Big Short too, Adam, and you remember a little bit of it, but all of those individual actions were intentional. They were done out of greed. They were done out of corruption. They were done out of the hegemony that the banks had, and preying on unsuspecting.
That's a good example.
People buying loans and things, and it was intentional. It was corrupt. It was done.
That
gain
was
money.
Yes.
Well, and that's just one little piece of this.
And see, that's how I would split it up. I think it's more likely that it's a whole bunch of different things. There's a whole bunch of webs, right? I don't think it's all one giant one. There might be like if you looked at a map of all this shit, it would be like one little tiny branch that shot off into another one. Like some of them are more interwoven than others, whatever. But like, and just the intersectional thing, I just want to say I do like that term actually, because I think I'm going to put that in my fucking vocabulary now, because I've never had the word to describe it. Like whenever we talk about like how everyone argues a certain issue as if it's black and white, like it's only this or it's this. It's like no, it's not. It's not just that.
What's the common phrase of the month? Everybody loves
binaries.
Binaries? Oh,
generalizations.
Well, I'm non-binary. Okay. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. Yeah. Well, in that, maybe in this context, who knows? But fucking like the idea that, because like whenever, let me just use, I don't want to go off on a tangent here about this, but let me just use abortion as the example. Right? There's two very like, it's usually pretty like I am for it or I'm against it, and there's pretty like, I don't want to say generic reasons why, but like there's always like certain arguments that are rolled out on either side for it. And every time I think about it, I'm like, yes, I'm yes and no to both sides of it, because it's more than that. There's other things it connects to that it affects.
It's very complicated.
Like I've brought up like my biggest reason I am in favor of it is like I would more so like, obviously, you know, you have the basic, like the normal reasons everyone brings out is, you know, for victims of sexual assault, stuff like that. But then I would also say another maybe good thing to think about is the amount of kids in foster care, right? Like, and how difficult the adoption system is. Now that sounds almost like a pivot, but they are kind of like, there is a connection there.
Absolutely.
Like that's a like, we have too many kids in this system, and then, but it's so fucking hard to adopt a kid, and so it's like, okay, well then, and then too many of these kids grow up without parents, which leads them a lot of times aimless, and that's not good for society. And you need, and so if we're not going,
well, that's a value.
Well, I know, and again, I'm not really trying to get too much into this. It's more so the fact, I'm just more so trying to more broadly explain how a lot of times these issues that everyone wants to paint black and white, they're just not. Like there's so many more things they could or do affect, and it doesn't get talked about. I think I like that term intersectional. After I saw, you know, the fucking a visualization of what that kind of like meant. Like there's a lot of crossover between different fucking ideas and issues and all kinds of crazy shit.
You could go down that rabbit hole.
I know.
Talking about, I mean, even just there, you got into adoption, then you got into kind of the family structure, then you got into implications.
Exactly. There's so much
from parents, and then where that leads, and then that leads into maybe probably a higher incarceration rate or crime rate.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and at a certain point, it becomes more correlational evidence, which, you know, is not super useful all the time.
That's also a byproduct of the way that we pass legislation. Like whenever you think about Roe v. Wade, it's either no abortion or all abortion. No one takes into account the special circumstances of things.
That's the bipartisan aspect of it, isn't it? Like this idea that it's either like one side's against it, one side's for it. And it's like, why can't we fucking find some middle ground, man?
Yeah.
Like, why is there like, I don't think anyone's ever really going to be able to decide on, you know, a fucking.
That doesn't keep the two-party.
I know.
Keep the division going.
It really does feel like that sometimes, and like I don't want to cynically believe that, but like it really does feel like that.
I do believe that.
I think I do believe it, but like, man, like I want to believe it's not quite that, but like it really does feel like that, because it's like, man, like why? It's so stupid to me that it's more stupid to me that people, like just the average citizen, not politicians, fuck them. If they're the ones, you know, if it really is all this big, giant, conglomerate fucking conspiracy thing, then fuck them. Like people need to like just think for a fucking second, because like how many times you've ever heard anyone roll out an argument for like abortion, like, but arguing like from the stance of like adoption and stuff like that. I've not personally, that's something I came to of my own volition. I've not heard that, and I'm sure it's been argued once or two, like here or there. I just don't hear it ever. Like it's not in the news. It's not. You don't hear it like very often. But like I feel like, and you know what, me and Dan,
I've also had a ton of arguments.
Well, yeah. Oh, okay.
Part of them.
Well, it's funny because like I think
personally that gets brought up more often than it might seem, but to your point, it's certainly not the go-to.
No,
it's either
but it's because it doesn't seem, it's not quite extreme enough. That goes back to that sensationalist point you brought up earlier. I think Andrew or Dan, about the peeing in bottles versus people dying thing, which seems absurd to me.
Yeah.
But whatever. But like, I remember when you and I had like a conversation like that, Dan. Like I think you acknowledged like that's actually like a decent point, right? Like that's at least like there's some value. Like it's not just this arbitrary. Here's when life begins, or here is when it doesn't. Because like how can that's so hard to determine? Because like when it's like as a society, we're never going to agree when life truly starts.
Scientists on a general scale have. And again, it comes down to two. Not to totally just say, "Hey, it's all people love their binaries," and then make it a binary. But I think it comes down to what people are willing to accept as truth, and what people are willing to, or what people value. So if I said here, and
part of that though, emotions are a huge part of that. Like if it violates a woman's right to whatever, people hear those words and they go, "Yeah," that becomes even more. I don't know if people even think about it that logically, Daniel. Like, I think that's actually giving people too much credit. I think, and it's hard, like, because, no, I mean, like, well, I don't, like the two big ones that I hear, the two big axiom. Do you guys know what the word axiom, AXIOM means?
I'm sure Dan does. I don't know the, like, definition, like, I'm gonna look it up real quick, just... You can say it if you want. But.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but I've heard it used anytime you're talking about something that it's like, what does this eventually lead to? What does it boil down to? Where do people end up? Like scientifically, axioms are always like very theoretical. Like we don't know everything. So the axiom of abortion is usually either religion or a woman's right of some kind. So you could make every argument in the book to a religious person. You could bring up the societal aspects. You could bring up the health benefit, the health risks, what it takes, and they would go, but God would will it, and you'll never convince them otherwise. And that's even people in office are still very old.
Just for clarity, I looked it up. I'm going to read go ahead. This is from Oxford. Oxford Languages. The definition as a noun, it is a statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true.
Right. Exactly. So like once you boil a nuanced argument down, if you believe that thing, then you go, well, but that's what I mean by like the religion aspect. The religion axiom says, look, no matter what, this is something that you can't change foundationally about what I believe in. To a religious person, that is the axiom, is that it's fundamentally true to them. You can't argue that point. Or with women's rights, you can't argue that, because to them they're hearing, oh well, no, women's rights can be forfeited in this manner, which isn't what that argument usually is anyway. So I mean, like you have to almost, and that's not all what all of those arguments boil down to, but like there are other arguments for, like Daniel said, the adoption thing. But even that, like even if you brought up that very logical point, they would go, but it does, it should be case by case. Like I hate the idea that it's only like we talk about, having an abortion, like they're all the same thing. It's like, no, they're very different cases. And then you have to discuss, I think, Adam, you were going there, like, do we base it on what we determine life to be? Like, if you call it life and you end it, would everyone have to agree that is like a murder of some kind? And I'm not saying this is what, but like that's the tough things that people don't want to discuss.
Well, and you know what? I don't know if you like, I don't want to say it's that people don't want it. Like, there's a lot of people that probably don't want to discuss it or don't even want to think about it because, you know what? I fucking get it. That's a hard thing to talk about, man. Like, seriously. Yeah. And I don't have an answer for that. Like, no, I don't think anyone could really. Like, how can you say like when like because you say, oh, it's when the heart starts beating. It's like, well, but what about brain activity and consciousness? And you're just like, okay, well, maybe then. And then you're like, but there's evidence even further back. And you're like, man, fuck. Like, there's not you can't get people to agree because like you can't even get people to agree what makes like if you asked every person what makes like what. If you asked every person where does life begin, everyone's gonna have a fucking different answer. It's not really. I don't find that to be a good argument for how we judge this thing. Like we need to look at more. Like I think we need to look at broader, like societal, like issues that stem from this. Maybe like why, like where. I think it does need to be more case by case.
Depends on what you value, because if you value life beginning and conception,
well, sure, but
override.
I know, but like I don't think
else.
I don't think it. I don't know if it should necessarily. I don't know if we can ever get away from it, but I don't know if it should necessarily be based on a person's values. It needs like in an ideal world, it should probably be more case by case. But the problem is also you have every person like these things would be decided by people, and people have their own values and morals. And so, like, if you live, I don't know, let's say your fucking doctor or the clinic that you could go to decides that morally it is against what they believe, like you have the right, then you can't have the abortion. And so it's like, that's not a good, reliable way to do it either. You would have to make a law out of it, which is where we are now. And I don't know how to, like, say yes or no to it because I don't. Oh God, I don't. Like it sounds horrible to say that not everyone deserves that right. Like it's weird because it's not a right, is it? Is it in our like Constitution? I don't know. Like was Roe v. Wade
a right?
What?
Just because it's a law doesn't make it a right. Like a
well, no, I'm not. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, but like, if it's in our
Constitution at all. Like, it's not in the Bill of Rights. It's not in the Constitution. It's in no founding documents in the United States. That is an objective truth. So I love when people say, "Oh, my right to an abortion," and I go, "Well."
I mean,
what you mean a law? What do you mean by that word? Right?
Well, because you could probably extrapolate it from from certain like the Bill of Rights stuff, like what is it, the right to life, liberty, and
oh yeah, right. Well,
I can't remember it all.
To life, like
well, I know, right? I know, and that's where, but like also like, but that you can also argue from that standpoint. If like you are the woman, like it is, you're arguing from your life, from standpoint, right? Because like if you can't financially, like this is one that gets brought up a while, and I think it's compelling enough. If you can't financially support a child, then should you be forced to have it?
You should not have sex.
Well, no, come on. I don't want to argue from that point because, like,
what if you're sexually assaulted?
Well, no.
See, and that's
hold on.
The thing that everybody always.
Hold on. I think we all. Well, let's just. Well, hold on. Could we all agree that in that case, like, you should have the right to that? Like, you should have access to something like because how could you?
It depends on if you think the life that's born is worth less because of how it was conceived.
Well, I'm not asking for the philosophical answer. I'm asking what you think.
Well, it stems from that. I think that was his answer.
I don't know. I've never been. I feel like whenever the emotions of that happening come into it, my opinion would change. And I'm lucky enough to not have a womb. And a lot of people, by the way, this isn't a huge pivot, but like, I hate the idea that there's a lot of people. Like, I almost wish there was a woman here just because, not because I'm saying her opinion would be more or less valid because she's a woman, but I'd love to hear what somebody would say about, like, talking about it in general to go, oh, well, you can't even fathom the, like, and it is a different world being a woman and having that fear. And I hate that they say you can't discuss it. Because, like, does that mean that if you're a woman but you're infertile, you can't discuss abortion? Like, how far could you take that? I hate that argument.
Don't worry. Like, I'm not on that side of things. Like, I think anyone should be able to discuss it. Honestly, my biggest thing, I am personally I think it should. I think it should exist. I think you should be able to do it. I just personally, just let me get it out. I just personally think I want more people to discuss. I want more people to discuss it. I want more people to just think more heavily about it because I like you can reference those videos of those like the SJW types or whatever coming out being like, yeah, I just got an abortion, but like really that's not most people. It's just not. A lot of it's usually a very heavy thing.
I don't think either.
It's not something most people celebrate because of course it's not an easy thing to do. Like that's a big thing to do. And so like I don't like using that against as a reason to vote against it.
Campaign is a pretty big campaign. One of my professors was part of it.
I mean, well, look, there again, like big in like how many people are part of it, and like in terms of the 380 million people in our country.
Significant. Like it's not just 10 people.
But
so many people that even minority groups, like maybe those who would engage in that kind of a campaign, are still enough of the population. Like there's so many Americans that have so many different niche beliefs. And the more that they congregate, especially whenever you factor in tribalism and groupthink, and even again going back to intersectional politics, where people may agree just because the pros outweigh the cons. Like they may have disagreements, but it's kind of like the enemy of my enemy. They're like, oh, whatever, we'll band together because strength in numbers. Maybe somebody who's not that pro-abortion, but is pro-abortion, will probably more likely side with somebody who does a shout your abortion campaign than somebody who's blatantly pro-life.
Well, sure. And you know what?
That matters, though. Like,
I mean, it does, but like, I would rather.
How many people is that?
So I would rather work towards like. So I don't want to just. I would like to stay on topic here, but I don't want to just think that always has to be the case. Because like what's that classic phrase? You be the change you want to see in the world, right? Like I want more people to like diversify. Like I hate this idea that like, oh, I have to just be friends with this person or side with this person because it's more beneficial to do this against my enemy because I don't agree with them. I hate that idea. And I know that's the way the world works and has pretty much always fucking worked, but I don't see it's mind-boggling to me that it people accept it as having to be that way. That we have to do it this way. It's like, no, we fucking don't. If everyone woke up tomorrow and decided I'm not gonna vote, if every fucking person decided that, what the fuck would happen? Who fucking knows?
Awesome.
This stupid idea that we have to do these things, it's just dumb to me. You don't. You can choose not to do that, and you know what? You can use your fucking, I don't know, communication abilities to change that in people. Because like you and I, Dan, we don't agree on this topic technically speaking. We may be we find some common ground here or there. But I don't hate you for having the opinion you do. I fucking I get it, and it's not an easy thing to fucking talk about, or really it doesn't have a clear answer to me, and maybe it does to you, but I don't know. I don't think it does to you.
It definitely does more so to me, but at the same time,
I still think
similarly, I can understand why anybody's point of view on this topic would exist. So I think that alone, I want to talk about an axiom. I think that should be a fundamental one for really any topic, but especially one that is this divisive and polarizing and emotionally driven as abortion is. That I can sit and go, I totally get on every level why someone would be either 100% pro-life or 100% pro-choice, and I'm trying to leave my side out of it. I know I'm obviously I'm giving a lot of counter arguments to yours, but that doesn't mean
that's fine.
Just it's super. I don't really get too polarized with really any one thing, and I just like to call out the things that I
sure.
either seen or discussed in arguments. And I know a lot of times the side that I see from people who are pretty like absolutist in the sense that they are purely pro-choice. Generally, the argument almost instantly stems towards rape, incest, or threat to the mother, and that's generally where they go. And it's, and there's even a Louis C.K. bit about that where he's like, oh, a lot of people who want abortion say that they should be safe, legal, and rare. And he says, well, why should they be rare if they should be legal? And it's kind of a funny, there is this weird gray area where I think people, even people who are pro-choice, and maybe this is just my opinion, realize what it is that an abortion actually is. And I think a lot of people will push that down or try to mitigate it so that they can feel better about being fully pro-choice. I could be wrong,
I think the more charitable
we need to have
side
honest conversations about what this is.
I think the more charitable like reading of that, of the, why should it be, or what was it? Why should it be, or why is it rare if it's legal? I think the more charitable side to that is that it, like, if it was just, it needs, like, it should exist for those who need it. And I know you don't necessarily probably agree with me that it is a need, but I think that's the more charitable reading of it. Not that it not because I don't think like we still have way more babies than, like, people have way more children than than abortions, right? Like, that's why our fucking population's exploding still. Like, people still generally don't do that. And like, I think it's still, I need to look more into the numbers. So let me not even say it's what I was about to say, but
1 in 4 pregnancies end in miscarriage. So it depends on what you define as an abortion, right? If we see as abortion,
we wouldn't be defining miscarriages as abortions, surely.
Well, but if the same places that offer like abortion services also offer making sure the either eventually going to be dead fetus or already dead fetus is delivered out of the mother safely without infection, without complications, and that is extremely important. Like, if you know the baby's going to die, and I know there's the cases where they go, oh, they told us they were going to die and it didn't die, you're the miracle baby. It's like, we know cases where like a child it'll either be the mother or the child and the mother. And in 100% of those cases that we can be as sure as we can be, I say, why would you have 2 lives die instead of 1, which somebody vehemently anti-abortion would go, then you're like trying to play God. And then I would say to them, then why the fuck do you take vitamins and medicine if you're like the family guy where she goes, look, God delivered you the answer because he gave your child chemotherapy or whatever. So it's like, we like to think about the dramatic, oh, you have an abortion because you're this liberal anti-mother, you want to just have sex. But like, shit, like, I mean, like I don't, because I made that argument a while with, whenever I was in like high school, and I used to be like, they shouldn't. And then I had friends that would go, what? So now you're legislating sex, which is kind of crazy. Like, I wish there was a male contraception that we could.
Well, you would say vasectomy, right, or condoms, all that good stuff. But hold on,
it's just already accountability.
No, hold on. We're already. Where are you going with the, like? Why even bring up miscarriages?
Well, because not only is it a similar process, like, you can have a baby die in you, and you still have to, I guess it's not technically an abortion of sorts, but it is, that careful removal of the child is extremely important. It's a similar process. So I guess that I was going with, what do we define as an abortion? Like, does the baby already have to,
go ahead,
does it have to be alive?
Well,
like, again, it's like a lot, like, it depends on what you define it as. Like, some people might see that as an abortion. Like, no, it should be a natural, like those people that are really anti are also, sometimes they're anti like cesarean section. Like, they're completely pro natural birth.
Well, that's borderline.
I mean, I don't want to start confusing all sorts of things here. I don't think any of us really. I think like miscarriage is completely different, because that's something that I guess naturally happens. Like that's something where like something biologically happened that.
Let me give you a real world example. Okay.
Well, I mean,
okay. Well, and it's not anecdotal, but it's. I mean, I'm sure this happens more often.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna say, I mean, miscarriages are a real world example, but yeah.
No, but I mean, in a case where you would muddle maybe the legislative difference between an abortion and a miscarriage. So if you say, because again, you don't always know when, you don't know the exact date and time the baby is in you and doesn't make it, or you know, you might like legally you could say, well, it's an abortion because we haven't determined the baby to be dead.
Oh, like, example, so like in terms of like we are predict like the doctor is basically like this baby like is probably going to die and then you do it.
Yeah, or not even probably, like you say, like
or like
there's there's no heartbeat, but I guess you could. We haven't like because it's hard. It's we like to think with ultrasounds and stuff the science is great. It's not. It's tough to know. Like for example, let's say you have
the same thing as an intentional.
I agree, abortion. But now you're using a different term. Intentional versus.
Go on with your example. Go on.
So like, let's say you have like an unhealthy mother, whether she's like she has a condition, or she's underweight, or she has a pre-existing thing that she has been told her whole life if she has a child, it'll be an issue. Like Caroline, I don't think Caroline could have ever had a kid. She didn't have the lung capacity. She was a girl I knew in high school with like severe asthma, and maybe I'm giving too much away. And like I mean, you could say, yeah, maybe miracle baby. I get it. I think it would have been too. This is where you go with that. Do you risk forcing her to carry the baby, knowing almost certainly that it would do harm? Like, I think on a large enough statistical scale, sure, you're going to have miracles. You're going to kill far more women by forcing them to carry it to term. Or do you, even if you say, hey, let's give it a chance, and then after some time goes by, you do test, and you go, we're pretty sure this baby's not doing well. It will harm you. And then if it dies, and you don't know when it dies, that can cause infections too.
So like okay, so I thought you were going to give me a real world example of something to do with a miscarriage. Unfortunately, we don't know in that situation. Like that is basically that's someone saying that like if you like it's probably not healthy to carry a child. Like I'm pretty sure. Never mind. Actually, I'm not even going to get into that because I don't want to discuss it. But either way, it's not quite the same thing there because. That would fall more under the one of the first arguments that's normally rolled out against abortion, which is, it will harm the mother. That's what that would fall under. Like that doesn't really. That's not because we don't know that has nothing to do with a miscarriage. Like at least at first, like obviously if she got pregnant and then it miscarried, then sure. But
it depends on what you It depends on what you define as, like Daniel just said, what was the term you just used? Intentional abortion. Is that different than an unintentional abortion? Like, what would be an unintentional?
What the hell is an unintentional abortion?
Well, you can have a natural abortion. Like we think the term abortion means a clinical, but you can really that's what a miscarriage.
So what, like if you
is.
Like if you drink alcohol while you're pregnant, kind of thing?
Yeah,
or that would that would. I mean, would that not be intentional?
That's very frowned upon, right? And I think that's
of course it is because that harms the baby.
Smoking, you kind of judge them a little bit. You're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, that harms the baby because and that's normally from a mother that is intending to keep the child. I think like if you stay pregnant, then is that not evidence of you wanting to keep the child?
I've heard there's that scene in Black Mirror where she gets pregnant because the guy doesn't know it, but it's not his kid, and she's drinking. He's like, "What are you doing? You have a pregnant, you have a baby," and she's like, "I don't want it," and she's drinking, kind of in protest of her own pregnancy. So I feel like that would be the flip side of, well, no,
I don't.
One way or another.
I mean, I personally, I don't. I have no fucking idea how common that is necessarily, because I mean,
Yeah, I think
it also
the terms need to be defined.
I was gonna say it would depend on like when she was smoking and drinking, like
clinical abortion.
Because like we've like as a society, we've pretty much established, what is it, like within the first 6 weeks, a lot of women don't even know they're fucking pregnant because like that's not long enough to realize, like if you miss like one period, like a lot of women will tell you it's like, nah, that happens like like rarely, but like still happens. And so it's like you don't necessarily know, and also your tummy's not bulging yet, like you don't have a lot of signs yet. And so like if you're drinking and smoking within that period, and that's something you were already doing before you got pregnant and you didn't know you were pregnant, well then I wouldn't necessarily be judging you, because it's like, well, you didn't fucking know. And like if you're fucking 8 months pregnant, and you're drinking and smoking and shit, it's like, well, Jesus, man. It's like,
8 months. Well, what if complications arise at 8 months? Like what, and they have to, again, this is where,
well, sure. Well, that's not. Is that really like abortion anymore? Is that something that's trying to be banned? Because like a lot of people,
I think in New York they wanted to legalize abortion up until birth.
It was in Virginia too. Yep.
Really?
Yep. So, yeah.
Like that's what I mean. That's why this stuff matters. As you say, well, what's the cutoff? Because that's, I think, a lot of times people, and even I can go, okay, I'm absolutely willing to have the conversation around, when, or outliers, like exception. Be like, okay, let's say if you're pro-life, abortion's banned, except for, again, you bring up the common ones that everyone brings up, the rape, incest, or threat to the mother, needs to be before a certain amount of months, etc. Well, even on that front, there's so many debates on what, not only when life begins, or that side, the science side, but what people morally consider to be acceptable. Some people are like, up until delivery. Fucking, if you want to have an abortion for no other reason other than birth control, you can do that. Whether or not every other part of the baby has been formed yet, doesn't matter. It's a woman tried to choose.
So,
and that's how far people go.
Well, here's what I would say. Is there even a point? Like, is there a point that you would agree or could agree that, is there a cutoff for you? Like, is there something that you could agree with? Like, is there, with all this talk of when does life begin, is there a point that you could agree with?
Oh, I mean, from my understanding, science has determined that life as we know it does begin around the point of conception.
So which cells start to multiply.
Which is when? That's like
when the protein of the sperm penetrates the proteins around the egg, and the first mitosis occurs, would be the definition of life beginning.
And so
the sperm itself is not like life. That can't reproduce on its own.
And so that is well before like a woman could even know she's pregnant.
Yeah. Well, and again, it's like she could do something on accident. I can forgive that. I'm actually more like, for the health reasons. I just feel like if something was passed,
so
that was like, no, nothing can happen. It would affect people that are trying to, like, for health reasons, go, I don't want to die,
yeah, but so like the whole idea, like, so there's a lot of reasons why I don't really, and that's why I don't think I would agree with that argument, or why a lot of people don't or can't agree with that, is because like there's always accidents. It doesn't matter how much contraception or fucking, it doesn't matter how many.
That's not the baby's fault though.
Well,
so this is a problem.
No,
this
but
is
like
a big issue in America is people don't fucking take accountability for anything they do anymore.
Sure.
If you are going to make the decision.
Well, hold on. What
eugenics to say you can't have sex unless we mandate it? Like, that's, I don't want to say.
But what is birth control and condoms if not taking accountability for it? You are doing your very best, like, to prevent this thing. Like, let's not pretend that we we all have sex, we all like doing it, we all did it before we should have. Like, really, we did.
Ultimately, we're still responsible for whatever happens. Like, that's the thing is, yes, you take birth control too drastically, minimize. And if you're taking this shit correctly, yeah, it's not 100%, but we all know that these things work.
Well,
if you take a pill on time, if you wear your condom correctly, if you're not a fucking idiot and you know how to use
sometimes
it,
there's no, I mean, for condoms, like they do break. Like I've had it happen on more than one fucking occasion. Like it sucks. It's kind of scary. For birth control as well. Like, and look, I know the ultimate argument to all this is that we're fighting essentially nature with all this shit. But like for birth control, I know it fucks up a lot of women.
It does.
And I know the argument against that would be, oh well, you're fighting against nature. I just don't take it. But it's like we just don't live in that world, right? And like I would like to argue and say that we should promote maybe we should promote more accountability, because we should not because you can't really stop people from wanting to fuck. Like unfortunately, it's just built into our fucking DNA, and not everyone, like, people want the thing without the risk, and I get it. So yeah, I do agree that we do need to have more accountability, but also there are what do you say, for people who just things happen,
yeah, but again, that's not, things happen, but that can't be the litmus for murder or whatever you would call it,
or ending your life. If you call that murder, which is.
I don't know if I'd call it. I don't. I think it's technically a killing. I think. I don't know if I'd classify it.
It depends on when humanity starts. That's kind of what we said before. Like, is it when you leave the womb? Is it when you have a heartbeat? Is it when life what makes you human?
I mean, I wouldn't say humanity. I'd say life.
Well, no, because we kill life all the time whenever we eat pigs and chickens and shit, but we don't kill humans without it being a bigger issue. So it actually should be delineated between life and human life. Like, we don't give
no. I mean, sorry. When you said humanity, I was thinking of it more in the philosophical terms, probably.
Oh yeah.
Like the humanity, like the fucking
Oh no.
Yeah, sorry. I think I misunderstood what you meant there.
There's something called potential sentience. Potential sentience applies to you when you're asleep. It applies to you if you're in a coma, if you're a fucking vegetable, if you're not conscious for whatever reason. That means you're not currently sentient, but you likely will be. So just because you're sleeping doesn't mean that you now, because you're not conscious, because you're not sentient, your heart's beating, you have brain activity. But, if people don't define that as life, then I should be able to kill you if you're asleep, or if you're in a coma, or if you're, for whatever reason, unconscious. That doesn't detract from your life, your humanness, right? Humanity, whatever that is, your existence, your sapience as a human being, just because, that's why these things matter. And we just say, well, what determines life? Then we have to apply that across the board, because people say brain activity, people say heartbeat. Well, there's people who, they're essentially brain dead and their heart, is still working, or some people who need, they need whatever, like a pacemaker or something to regulate their heart, where you're like, well, fuck it. If their heart stops, then it's not, you're like, no, of course we're going to try to save their life. We do everything we can. And it's funny, because if you murder a pregnant woman, that's double homicide.
Double murder,
there's a certain charge for murdering a pregnant woman. So it really does come down to the intent. These things are very loosely defined, and I think that's my biggest problem with it, if I'm being honest. I think if there was an intellectually consistent argument from the pro-choice crowd across the board that said, this is where we define life, this is our reasons for justifying abortion, and they laid out a cohesive argument that was consistent across the board, I went, okay, we can find a middle ground here, because I'm absolutely willing to discuss that. And I think a lot of people who identify as pro-life would talk about the outliers, like rape, incest, and threat to the mother. I think those conversations could be had. The fact that those are always, almost every fucking time, the default whenever someone is defending abortion, they go, what if I'm sexually assaulted? What if there's incest? What if, there's a threat to my life? That is always the outlier, and you have to ask yourself why. I think people realize that is really the only logical defense to what an abortion is, and that's.
I don't know if I'd say only logical. It's just that's like, for one, that's like that's obviously the most extremist side, and so that's the most sensationalist side. But I think
otherwise it's birth control.
Well,
that's the only other reason why you would do it.
I think that like it's hard to like. It is very obvious. Obviously this is a very touchy subject, and I think I said I didn't want to go down this road, but we have gone down it, boy. But
I love it.
Whatever. Second episode. Woo! I can't wait to title this one. Fucking, you know, politics. The 2024 election, school system, and abortion. Boy.
Education,
but
yeah.
you know, like I think that I don't know if we ever will have a clear, definite answer on this one, because I don't know, like, because most people like are not going to necessarily agree with what like even what is sentience. I don't think people could agree on, because like fucking, I mean, you could even argue. I'll actually have to look up the definition for exactly what is sentient, or what sentience means. Don't you think
that this is such an overcomplication of what should otherwise be simple?
Well, no, I mean, if you're going to, when you say apply it across the board, right? We want that would mean apply it to all life, right?
Well, what I mean is, like, don't you think that the fact that we have to get this nitty gritty, doesn't that kind of, in a way, speak for itself, in the sense that
what,
like that.
That it's
like
complicated?
The fact that people have to go to such great lengths.
No, I think it's people being careful.
No, yeah. Well, hold on. Well, finish your sentence, Dan. Like, what does this all technically mean? Like, what is the...
Like, not what it means, but the fact that, like, the mental gymnastics that go into the pro-choice argument are generally such... Is
it just mental gymnastics for them? It's not mental gymnastics for pro-life either.
Pro-life it's generally very simple. It's just life begins at conception. Don't murder babies. That's it. It's
but yeah, so like, but I mean, so here's the thing, right?
Even
because we live like. Here's the thing.
I know what you're trying to say.
We live like these. Everyone like
should be.
It is complicated. I think it is. Like, obviously, and you know me, I'm not coming from like the theistic standpoint here. Like, I am kind of on the other side of things. Although I'm not anywhere near as far left. In fact, I'm probably closer to just pure centrist at this fucking point. It's this.
Yeah, I think all three of us.
There are extreme cases. I think we can all agree with that. I think most people agree with that. Like, I don't think most people.
I don't know, man.
Well,
I really
hold
don't
on.
know about that.
Well, no. What, you don't think pro-lifers generally agree that, you know, the rape, incest, whatever?
Well, not even that, but generally that the pro-choice crowd is in agreement that this should mostly apply to.
No.
If that's what you meant. Like,
no, hold on. I'm saying that I think, like, even during the debate between Trump and Biden, Trump agreed that, like, he would not, like, ban, now whether he's telling the truth or not is up to you, whatever. But he said, right, that he would not ban, like contraception, stuff like that. Like, and that, like, he agreed that, like, the rape, incest, and all that was, it was obviously, like, actually, I don't know if he agreed to that. Sorry. But I think a lot of people would agree that it should probably exist for those people, because, like, that is something that is not in your control. That is nothing that, like, there's no, like, you don't have there's nothing to take accountability for in those situations. Except I don't know about incest. I don't know what that specifically means. Is that, like, are they talking like fucking
brother and sister, mother, son, fuck, whatever.
No, I know, but is it oh my god, what is the fucking word I'm looking for? Either way, like, did the two parties agree to do that? Like,
consensual.
Yes, Jesus Christ. That, man, I'm going to get canceled just for not knowing that word. Fuck me. Whatever.
Yeah, well, they do like to lump those two together, right? Rape and incest. Those are two very well. Sometimes it's a Venn diagram, right?
Well, sometimes it's the same fucking, like, they overlap. I assume that's what they're talking about. Because obviously, if it's consensual sex, then it's you know, I mean, incest's a fucking illegal. What?
In the sense of an incest pregnancy, generally the baby comes out very deformed.
Well, so I thought it was that it can, not that it will.
Yeah, well, right. And I think why they lump that in is because the baby is very likely to come out with severe birth defects. It's essentially the same as why you can't smoke or drink while you're pregnant.
Okay.
Like it's kind of along the same lines.
And, like, you know, to be fair, I'm, you know, this isn't stuff I've, like, you know, super, like, researched or anything. In fact, this is stuff I learn about while we talk. But I think you could get most people to agree to that it should probably exist for those cases, at least. Like, and so... at least maybe, except for, like, you know, some of the, like, more hardcore religious people, right? You know, like, you're not ever going to get Westboro Baptist Church or something on your side for virtually anything. Not even you, Dan. Like, you'd be like, oh yeah, I like God, and they're like, do you? Enough. Yeah. You know, like, you're not going to get them, but, like, they're not most people. You know.
So many people now see the other side.
No, I know. A lot of people view religious people as just purely evil. Like, they think you're the fucking crusaders still. That's why I don't even
like taking any label of pro-life or whatever, because I don't want to be lumped in with people who are so, like, vitriolic towards anybody who might even want to have this conversation and identify that there's middle ground. Like that's the problem with this kind of tribalism and groupthink and all these buzzwords that we say that matter. They're not buzzwords, you know, but they get thrown around a lot as
they
buzzwords.
Can be.
Yeah. That's the problem with a lot of this stuff is, you know, it's always just you're either pro-choice or pro-life, and that generally has a connotation, just like if you're Republican or Democrat, conservative or liberal, capitalist or communist, whatever. It really does pigeonhole you into a box of, okay, it is all or nothing on, and this is kind of to your point. I'm really essentially agreeing that, yeah, I do think that in general, if people, the tough part, like Andrew said, and I think you said it too, Adam, is it is a very emotionally charged argument, especially for people. I have friends, I'm trying to choose every word so carefully. I have friends, a good number of friends, who have had either miscarriages or abortions. And I have debated or discussed, I've discussed with people who I then found out later had an abortion, you know, after the discussion, where I didn't realize that. And that was obviously going to influence their point of view heavily.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's so hard, you know, or they know somebody who has, or, you know, they had a family member who did, or, you know, a sibling or something. Like, this is a very, very emotionally charged subject.
And I mean,
and that's going to make it very difficult.
Well, you know, I was going to say, I almost feel like it should be like, I know we're big on the term objective, and, you know, remove your emotions from some things, but, like, sometimes it's just that's not the case, right? Like, there are some things that are entirely, well, it's not that it's hard, it's because this almost, like, a lot of this is entirely emotional based. Like, if you think about the different hormones and the different reactions that women go through when they are getting pregnant, it's a completely different story, right? Like, it's not the same as when they weren't pregnant. And so when you talk about these things, like, it is coming from an emotional place, and it's because that is a process. Becoming pregnant or even having the abortion is a very emotional thing, and that's like a fact of reality. I don't necessarily want to boil everything down to these, like, just objective truths, like, about, here's the science behind it, because, like, that's just not how people operate, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we argue from our emotions on, I don't know, on certain things at least, and it's because sometimes that's what the argument is, because you want not only, like, you want other people to understand that you are feeling a certain way. And you know what? We all feel like when someone says something, who knows, just any given thing, and you feel something towards it, that's normally the gut reaction, is the emotional side of it. And then for certain things, you can pull yourself back and go, okay, well, I was acting out of turn, whatever. But, Like for this, it is a very emotional argument, and that is the argument. And so it's like I don't know how I could deny someone those emotions because I really can't. Like I can't say you aren't feeling those things. And when it comes to, well, if that is the argument, like if that is all of it, well, then what do I say? Because, like, I don't know if I'm putting this in good enough words. I feel like I'm not.
Yeah, ultimately, it doesn't justify, like, I mean, I think we would all agree emotions don't justify action. And that's maybe where a lot of people would disagree.
Well, hold on. Because depends on if you're speaking morally or legally. Because sometimes, like, what is it? The term crime of passion, right? Now that's normally used in terms of, like for murders and stuff. But like, we do have
like
moments
lovers,
where,
yeah.
like, if say like someone, I don't know, murdered like your wife or something, and then you went out and just in a blind rage shot them. Now you're still going to go through your trial. You're still going to go through all that, but you do have the potential to be given a lesser sentence or let off entirely. Like that is an emotional based, like, because I mean, to be fair, you also look at what exactly happened, but still, it is a very emotionally based case.
You wouldn't be let off scot. I mean, you would still likely get a felony manslaughter at the very least. But yeah, I mean, either way, my point is, like, just because you have a certain, like, your feelings ultimately don't justify actions just because you're scared, just because you're angry, just because there's certainly
No,
things
I
to be taken
know.
into account. That's when the crime of
I
passion
just
obviously would come in. They would go, okay, you were kind of out of your mind in a way. You're not thinking rationally. That's what that is. But whenever we're discussing human life, like if human life wasn't at stake here, this would not be as big of an argument as it is. We are discussing something that is so, so overarching, so fundamental to our society, to existence itself. It literally is that. It is someone's existence, someone's potential sentience, potential, the whole trajectory of their experience as a human is on the line, and it's up to a mother who either feels like she should keep the baby or feels like she shouldn't keep the baby, and that is going to determine ultimately what decision they make. It's going to be, at least like you said, partially emotional. And of course, I'm not expecting people to not feel things. Anytime I ever discuss abortion, I 100% expect that people are going to argue, probably largely, if not entirely, from their emotions. And I agree. I think it's very valid to do that. I don't think it's impossible to just shut those things off. Maybe in the past I would have said, fuck you, facts don't care about your feelings, be objective, whatever. But I don't subscribe to that as much anymore. I do think ultimately, though, whenever we're discussing someone's human life, we really have to and again, going back to what you said before, really understand the severity of what it is, whether or not you're pro-choice, pro-life, whatever. And I don't know. I think that people really have their minds made up about this topic before they even get into the discussion. And a lot of people just talk at each other, and they're just trying to convince the other person why either all they're doing is just, removing a fetus. And of course, that is totally justifiable because it's a woman's right to choose and their autonomy and their body, their choice, etc. Or that they're committing an act of heinous murder. Think about those two sides of the spectrum.
Well, yeah, I know. And
you're either murdering a baby or you're taking a shit. It's kind of a funny
to be fair. Sorry, I'll let you go in a second, Andrew. To be fair, like in these situations, like when you think think about, like, you and I have had numerous discussions, and you and Andrew, I'm sure, as well. About how people argue. Like, people are very one-sided about things. People very much just talk past each other. And so if you think about, like, if you have an idea that is very maybe against the grain, right? Then you, like, if you consider yourself to be an effective communicator, you might have perspectives or ideas that could change someone else's ideas, right? Now, a lot of people, you're not going to change everybody. That's just life, right? But
most people.
Well, also, I mean, how many conversations are you really having with someone, for one, face to face, or even in a situation like we're in right now where we're on a phone call? Like, it's a lot of fucking Facebook conversations, like, or over text. Like, it just doesn't work. And so, like, that's why I think this platform could be very, like, good for maybe a lot of people, in the sense that, like, maybe it could open people up to other perspectives. Because, like, when you think about how, like, because most people on Earth aren't going to have conversations with us necessarily. Like, they're going to have it. Like, I'm not saying because, like, they hate our ideas. It's just statistically they don't know the fuck we are. Right?
Yeah, right.
And so most people are going to argue with other people, and a lot of it's going to take place online, because how many fucking people have conversations like this, in person? Like, they really don't. Like, because how the fuck do you bring this up in an in-person conversation with someone you just met? Fuck that. But
you get thrown out of the party.
Like, good fucking luck with that one. Yeah, you're gonna have, it's gonna be like that fucking meme of all the girls looking back at you with the weird faces.
That's what that would be.
But, like, and so, like, I think more people could maybe be convinced, or at least hear you out. Like, fuck being convinced, at least talk to you. If they could have more face-to-face, or even just over a call like this, conversations. Because, like, you and I don't technically agree on this issue, but, like, I don't fucking hate you. That's retarded.
No,
that's so stupid to hate you for something you think. Because
at the very, like, we're considering, like, I think that, and I can only speak for myself, but I think that, you would agree, and I certainly agree, that there's merit to each other's argument. Like, it's not like we're
respecting each other's ideas.
That's the that's one thing.
It makes sense.
I don't
agree with them, but you can acknowledge their validity. It's validation, really. It's what a lot of this comes down to, is you're validating. And that word really, I kind of hate the connotation around that word.
I know, it's a buzzword at this point.
It just gets so overused. In respect, that's what it is.
But yeah, and I think more people would be open to respecting your ideas if they could even just hear your voice, and you know what, a lot of people aren't going to. It's fine. That's just life, right? But a lot of people aren't going to. But there's a lot of people that, like, because, like, I don't feel like we're being disrespectful by having this conversation. Now, maybe some people would agree, but whatever. There's also, like, or face-to-face conversations where people can see your face, hear the tone of your voice. It's completely different. Yeah, it's completely different. Because obviously text is very dry, and so trying to have this conversation over text or social media, it's just it's fucking possible, man.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, it doesn't matter how many stupid emojis or fucking whatever good grammar, lack of cuss words you put in, it just, people don't hear it. Because you get you label and dismiss, right? You get labeled and dismissed as whatever. And so I think it is beneficial to talk about things at length like this, whether, like, we come to an agreement or not, which, you and I have had this conversation a billion fucking times at this point, and we still kind of sit on the same sides of the fence. I probably could think of some other things that, maybe could sway you, maybe not. I'm not necessarily looking to convince you. I'm not necessarily, like, looking to change your fucking mind. It's more like just having the conversation, and because I think having the conversation often can just change, like, can maybe open someone's mind to another side of things. Even if it doesn't open your mind to something in this particular topic, you could maybe stop yourself in another, like, topic that you're more, like, maybe like you have a hard wall up about. Like, you're like, no, this is the way it is. Like, you could stop and go, well, maybe not, and maybe
situation, like,
I guess you could say it all intersex, huh?
Intersectional. That's the theme of this fucking episode.
Yeah.
Well, funnily enough, this fucking it's funny because this is a total tangent. Hold on, I'll talk about that later. But yeah, just the whole fucking just idea that, like, more people. No, shut up. I don't. don't go that cynical. Like, as much as I want to say we're all fucked or whatever, but like, I don't think we are, because me and Dan have talked about it before. There's that classic story of, I can't remember his name, unfortunately. It's the black guy that basically went into the KKK and was converting members, right?
Yeah. In fact, because he is a very important human being.
Yeah, like this idea that like even he had this fucking like, that is a level of courage I can't know. What's his name?
Daryl Davis. Remember his fucking name.
Daryl Davis.
30 years he spent. Daryl Davis spent time for 30 years befriending members of the Ku Klux Klan, and he says 200 Klansmen have given up their robes after talking with him. That is outstanding.
That's incredible.
Really think about that. Is incredible.
And wow. I remember
that absolutely would not have done that had he not done that. Let's be honest. They would have continued to be evil pieces of shit had they not done that. And I mean, that's just proof. That's proof.
Would you even call them necessarily evil if they could be swayed like that?
True. What is better, to be born good or to?
Because like that is a lot of that comes down to how you're raised, how you're fucking what you're taught, the fucking like the groups that you get fucking just pulled into, like when you're younger. Like this shit happens all the time with all sorts of different ideologies, but.
So if you subscribe to evil ideas,
the ideas are evil, but like I don't necessarily believe you are inherently evil just because you subscribe to that. Because obviously those people subscribe to that until they talk to him. Daryl fucking Davis. Yeah. Like this dude fucking, he did what a lot of people would probably consider impossible. And I remember
a lot of people would consider, like, because I mean, we know all the people who are, punch your local Nazi.
Well, yeah, I was.
Nazis,
I was just about to bring that up.
This guy clearly doesn't believe in that. He believes in the opposite.
Yeah.
And I've had people criticize and unfriend me for believing that you can talk people out of hateful beliefs.
Yeah.
They go, no, fuck that. Just remove them from the earth. And I go, I don't think you realize why that's not
That's the exact fucking idea that the group you hate is like promoting.
Yes,
that's the irony of it all. It's like you want to use the same evil tactics to eradicate this group of people that you are against. And like I remember when the whole punch your local Nazi thing started really coming about, and I'm like, man, like don't get me wrong, like I don't fucking agree with these people. It's just that like they're people. Like they were clearly just they got dragged into this fucking ideology from one way or another. For whatever reason they believe this. Maybe it's from their parents, friends, who knows? But like they clearly, like, it can happen. You can talk to these people, and you can convince them out of these ideas, because they like. God, I've said it before. The idea of like racism, all this shit, it's so stupid. But the whole point is that you can convince someone out of this fucking stupid mindset.
Because it was taught, right?
Well, exactly. You can, you can learn or unlearn anything, and that's what I want to like really. Maybe not every episode's going to be like this one, where we're getting into some super heavy fucking topics or whatever, but. This idea that like no one like is that certain people are just completely unsavable or they're just gone. It's like, no, they aren't. They really aren't. There's people that are going to be dug in deep for sure. Maybe some people are going to take that shit to the grave with them. You're not going to be able to change everyone's mind. You're just not. But like you can change some people, and you know what? You start with one person, that person extends to the next and extends to the next. Yeah. Like it's a fucking it's like group fucking immunity, right?
That we have to have the humility to hope that somebody smarter than us can help us with the things that we don't even realize we're wrong about.
Like, I was gonna say, like, like right now we don't have any fucking viewers, and so I'm hoping that, like, once this starts actually like, or rather, let's just say if this starts actually taking off, that we can have some like good, interesting conversations. Like, there are certain people like out there that I don't necessarily want to engage with based on certain rhetoric that they use, maybe.
Well, their intent, right? Their intent is only going to be to polarize further.
Yeah, and
it's not going to actually be.
Unfortunately, it's like I don't. If I was going to have a conversation, like certain people, I would rather have a conversation with not on a stream, right? Like if we start getting into this and this all blows up or whatever, and we get into this world of all these current political streamers and shit, like there are a lot of people that like they want to stream the conversations because they're very debate minded. They're very like, oh, I just want to win this debate. Whereas like I would rather
I kind of understand.
I would rather have well, yeah. I hate the idea that you're going into it just for a win, right?
No. So let me now backtrack, of course. Not to win, but I love the idea of having a live debate, like whenever there's like, let's say we can all either agree to disagree or we can find common ground. But there's some people who, even with me, and I like to consider myself somebody who can really try to see everybody else's side and be flexible and find common ground. But there's certain things that I personally won't budge on, that I will stick to my convictions, and I think everybody should have things that if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I do believe.
I mean, it depends.
I think that you're gonna find things where people are diametrically opposed to something that you believe in, and you may think that they're an idiot, they may think you're an idiot, whatever. But I think it's good to debate, and even the word argue has such a negative connotation, but
even debate,
doing that in a live, like a real-time setting is, to me, exhilarating. Now, that's just a personal, my preference. I find, but it's also, I think it can be, people don't do that. A lot of times they just block each other. They resort to ad hominems. It's nothing productive. And I like the idea of a space where you can let it all out in a respectful, even playing field kind of way. Well, where you're still, it's still maybe even a little bit heated. Still respectful.
I was going to say,
but it's not to win. It's still with the intent to, I don't want to say change minds. I mean, that's maybe what I would say.
I mean, if you have a perspective, you're always kind of trying to change someone's mind, right? Like,
right. But to spread something that at least you believe or we believe is beneficial for humanity, like kind of back on the previous episode with the AI art, like there are greater implications than just art made by artificial intelligence, right? We went into the cultural aspects, we went into the moral aspects. These things are, dare I say it, intersectional. They're much larger than the topics, their inherent topics themselves. And that's going to bring about some passion. And I think as long as both parties or all parties are arguing or debating from the genuine purpose of trying to influence the other party for what they consider is the better moral standpoint or the better viewpoint for humanity, I don't know. I don't like the word win, because that does sound very combative. I don't think it should be combative, but I mean, win an argument, win a debate. I mean, sometimes it needs to be a little bit, divisive. With given that it's done right.
Well, sure, I'm fine for things to get fucking divisive. That's whatever. Like, I almost want that. Like, I want different perspectives because someone could make a convincing argument that someone could make a convincing argument to me that we should all be fucking socialists tomorrow. And you know what? If they have the right fucking evidence for it, then all right, here we are. Absolutely. But guess what? I haven't heard it yet. But I
haven't heard it yet.
Exactly. But like the right person out there, if they have the right ideas behind it, well, sure. Because you kind of need the right person to, in order to change your mind. Like if it's a very fundamental belief you hold, you need the right person to challenge those beliefs. And I mean, you're not going to find that very often because a lot of people are talking heads and, whatever. And they'll have their own unique, twists on things, but there are a lot of people out there that do just want to win the debate. They just are very they just want to get a gotcha on you. They just want to say, ha ha, look at him, he's stupid, But that's certain people, I know, I'm not going to name any names at the moment, maybe once we get fucking bigger. But like, you know, I'm pretty. I wouldn't say I'm super deep in the Twitch streamer realm or like the YouTube realm even. But like I watch enough of it to know there's certain people out there who are more charitable than others. And there's certain people who are just trying to get one over on you. And so for certain people, I maybe like in a live setting, I maybe wouldn't talk to. In a private setting, I would probably talk to more so because then it's not in front of this audience. They're not trying to, you know, they don't have this audience that they have to, you know, entertain. They don't have this audience that they have to appeal to. They can just be themselves. And I want people to be able to actually be themselves and have their own original thoughts because everyone really does. Like everyone, like we all get our, you know, beliefs from somewhere, but we eventually form our own unique, essentially versions of them. And so I want to hear those. Like I want to hear the unique takes on things. Like, you know, maybe it ends up being a case study, in which case it can't be applied to everyone abroad. But you know, I want to hear what, you know, certain unique perspectives are because maybe that would influence my broader perspective on something. And so
something you didn't get previously. If
nothing else. And so it's just important. Yeah, like so just like with all the stuff we've talked about this episode, politics, abortion, and school shit, like we clearly all have our own perspectives on shit, but and you know, whether we change our perspectives or not, I don't care. Like it's, you know, I just want, I think we talked about this last episode as well. I just want more people to talk, like just have the discussion at the very least. Like be charitable. Don't just say, oh, you're this, you're a bigot, you're a fucking Nazi, you're a libtard, you're a snowflake. Like fuck all of that shit. It's so dumb. Like it doesn't go anywhere. Like just fucking have the conversation, listen to what the other person's saying. Assume they're not out to fucking get you because most people are not.
The thing is, well, and whenever so much of our culture, and I can only really speak for, you know, the sphere of influence that I've interacted with, which on the grand scheme of things I recognize is really a drop in the bucket. But from what I've understood, so many, or at least in America today, so much of what people say is rooted in a belief system that is so intertwined with their identity that it's really hard for them, borderline, I would say impossible, to even separate these ideas from their very existence, their very identity. And whenever you're talking about, you know, especially, it's one thing to talk about AI art and people go, well, I'm an artist or I like art, whatever, you know, but then you're talking about very emotional hot button issues like fucking abortion or even economics or things, you know, there's a lot of morality behind economic systems, as we know. So, you know, then you have people arguing debating whatever, coming from a standpoint that is not only a belief system, but that has its tendrils so deep into the souls of these people that it becomes like a completely different argument altogether. It's not they're almost defending them like it becomes personal. It becomes like a personal attack whenever it's really not.
A good point.
You know, because they can't separate these things, and that scares the hell out of me personally. Because then, you know, we're going to go down this path more and more as more echo chambers form, as more, you know, division kind of sows itself into the overall discourse, which, you know, the more social media expands and grows, more isolated people get, more tribalistic people get, and just culture continues to devolve. These, and not to be the nihilist or the contrarian here, but that's my like sincere anxiety that I have that almost keeps me up at night to go, we are doomed if people aren't even willing to be introspective enough to go, okay, let me hear someone out, not just because they disagree with me, but because I have my own identity separate from these things. And I think the whole culture has an identity crisis. And I think that's why people subscribe to sensationalized identity politics, which in turn makes discussions like this almost impossible for a pretty statistically significant percentage of the population.
Well, no, and you know what?
I don't know what to do about that.
Well,
that's a problem. I don't have a solution. Even in my communication study, I have no idea how to fix that.
Well, that's why it's up to fucking I don't want to say us, like we're the only 3 out there or whatever. There's plenty of people. But like, you know, like that's why it's up to people to have the conversation, right? Like I would never deny someone their fucking perspective on something. Even in the last episode, you know, something I fucking thought about when I made some comments talking about like, oh, I don't even want to talk to the fucking people who listen to Nicki Minaj or whatever. But I'm gonna, you know what? And for anyone who watches this shit, all fucking God, what 3.5 hours of this shit so far? Like anyone who gets to this point and hears that, good for you. Like I just want you to know, I would talk to you if you listen to that. But
I would too.
Yeah, like I don't want to like I don't want to I need to sometimes I make an irrational thing and I need to like reel back on that, realize what I'm saying in the moment. But like I don't want to deny people their perspectives. I want to have the conversations, and it's kind of like it's up to the individual to want to have those conversations. And in the future, that's why like I never plan like anyone that ends up in our chat with some crazy perspective, they aren't getting banned. I don't care if they're like, oh, I'm a fucking, I don't know, fucking.
I mean, unless you're throwing insults, like that really is the.
Well, no, I'm not gonna ban someone. Like if someone calls me a fucking idiot or something, like the only time someone gets banned is if they're breaking TOS, which is usually if you're throwing racial slurs. Like in that case, it's just that's more a matter of like safety for our channel, because if you allow that shit to happen, then and also just like it's just gross, but.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, I meant passive, and that's more what I meant.
Well, okay. Oh, yeah, because like if you call me a fucking idiot, it's like that's your perspective. You can have it. Like you're allowed to exist in my chat. Like you're allowed to exist in my chat if you're calling me an idiot or if you disagree. It's fine. Because I recognize the nature of this beast. It's not productive, but I recognize the nature of this beast, and I don't want to ban people because who knows? Maybe they, maybe we talk about something in the future that they actually have an informed perspective on, and maybe that changes what they think of us, So it would defeat the whole fucking purposes of this to start, to have chatters that we ban. It would be stupid. It would go against the very core of every thought counts, right?
People are capable of on social media, and maybe I'm just speaking from my personal experience, but like, I have had people say things to me that ended up, putting them in Facebook jail for one reason or another. Or there's people that, like I said, cross lines or really go above and beyond. Yeah. You're like, look, not only is it not productive, but it's
sure
inappropriate.
And you know what? And it's funny because
and that's case by case.
Facebook jail is like that's not even you reporting it. That's just like the algorithm finding what they said. Yeah. And so like. That's kind of the beauty of like having a live chat, like whenever we get to the point, or if we do, I guess rather, we get to the point that we have a whole. Yeah, we will need we'll have to pay some moderators or whatever. But if we ever get to the point where we have a chat that's just a huge a sizable portion of people, I don't ever want to, unless they're breaking terms of service.
Yeah,
then I don't want to get rid of them because it's like it's just that's the beauty of it. Like this is a place where you can say what you want because like you have the freedom to fucking say I'm an idiot. Sure, go for it. Now, like, will I respond to it? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not if you just say I'm an idiot. If you
maybe more what I
meant. We can respond to comments. I don't care, but I'm not gonna ban them because that's stupid.
Yeah, ban, that's a strong word. I meant like I'm not going to really engage and be
if it's just the like you've seen probably some streamers chats. It's just crazy. There's a lot of there can be some nonsense in there. There's occasionally some good stuff in there that to respond to, but I think people should be allowed to just walk in someone's chat and say you're stupid. Bleh. Or
yeah, sure,
whatever. Like whatever, like because that doesn't it's whatever.
Worthless opinion.
Really. I mean, yeah, it is an opinion, and you are allowed to have it. There you go.
Yeah.
And you won't be banned for it. I know.
Just any ad hominem to me is
in the future that will probably that'll get like who knows what that could yield in the future, that we don't ban anyone, because then we'll be, fucking we'll be the podcast of fucking like alt-righters or whatever, just because we have a perspective. Yeah, I don't ever want to get to be like some sensationalist podcast. I just want to like have conversations.
I don't either. Unfortunately, the cards are stacked against us in this digital world. I don't know.
Not necessarily.
People crave authenticity right now, and I think one thing
that's true.
I don't know
people
about that.
will actually draw to is going, hey, like the people that really want it. I think a lot of them are too afraid to like be a part of the groups that admit that they're not admit that they're being, but like if you notice that a group is being inauthentic, you're not going to come out and say, man, I wish this was more, you know what I mean? Like you wouldn't oust yourself if you're trying to be a part of that group. Whereas if there was something or a musician or whatever, a culture that is being honest, you may have more people, kind of like how we're trying to change, not change, but we're trying to get people to discuss more. We might get people to admit that they prefer, I don't know where that went. That just died out. But I think people will they'll enjoy it.
I mean, some people really just do want to just hear what reinforces their mentality.
Sure. Some people,
that's why grifters are so popular. That's why the Andrew Tates and the fucking, whoever that, the ones who, I was going to say some others, but they're not as polarizing. But he's a great example of this. That's his whole brand for the most part. Is that, and a lot of the ones who even I used to listen to, who are much less divisive and fucking toxic, for lack of a better word, who then became kind of griftery, and I go, man, I really, this sounds like you're really just pandering now. I don't really want to partake in this anymore, and it's a shame, and it's interesting that's what it took to get them to such heights, or in terms of viewer count, in terms of probably sponsorship and money is. Yeah, you're just becoming the next Fox News or the next CNN. You're just doing what they do. That's why it fucking sells, is because people want to hear what, fits their worldview. They want to be a part of that tribe. And generally, it just goes back to more and more groupthink. It waters things down. And there's a lot of disingenuous arguments, a lot of binaries and generalizations. And none of it's productive. And some people, they want that. They want that comfort zone bubble where they can go, I feel good about what I believe. Yeah, of course you do, because no one's challenging you. No one is challenging. Of course you're going to fucking feel great. You just jerked off, basically, from a philosophical standpoint. You just rubbed one out.
Philosophically jerked off.
Philosophical masturbation.
It sounds like a Deicide song or something.
Cowboy song, yeah.
And I would say going forward, I would like to just be, I guess, careful with the word grifter, because I don't necessarily want to assume people are just doing things for money. I would like to be a bit more charitable in saying that, no, maybe people really do have these beliefs, because I think that is more charitable than saying someone's a grifter, even if it's like a crazy belief, like if you're a Nazi, I would and you're a streamer or something, like, let's just say that, like, I would rather give you the basic respect of saying you believe this.
I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but
well, I wouldn't say it's obvious, because, like, just because you make money based on your perspective doesn't mean you're a grifter, right?
No, but generally based off of, like, the vernacular that they use and the way that they formulate their arguments, it's disingenuous at best, and I would say
I don't know. Depends on who it is, right? We'd have to go case by case to that, but anyway, I think this is probably the end.
Yeah.
We are going off on another tangent, and not that I couldn't go on another tangent. I would this has not been a concise conversation, in the sense that We have talked about multiple topics, which is going to happen every time. Hence, the names. Well, part of the namesake of our podcast name. Every thought counts, but the fucking acronym is made to look like etc. So essentially, just fucking being basically just it just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
The ellipsis.
Yeah. So. Andrew, I realize Dan and I have fucking kind of, I don't want to say hijacked this whole fucking stream, but
it's natural. I chime in when I feel, I'm not gonna talk when I feel like I wouldn't contribute anything. Believe me,
I know. I just like it. I don't want to, like, as lame as this sounds, I don't want to you to feel like you're left out of the conversation or something. But
I definitely don't. You guys are good. Whenever I talk, you let me in. I like it.
Have you got any? I don't know. I don't want to say final thoughts. How about just thoughts on whatever we've said? Because if it spawns more conversation, then I can keep having it. But
it's funny when you think about things that start really small, right? Like this, no one ever. You always hear people say, "I never thought it would turn into anything," and the idea of selling out or whatever, as Daniel mentioned, there are people that maybe, sold out or they sold their soul. I'm sure we could identify that from some perspective, but I would hope that let's say theoretically sponsors happen, right? People do that and they'll have you do live reads. And I know this is me thinking way in the future, but I guess I'd hope we'd maintain our integrity in terms of I know that's kind of humbling and also dumb to say, but hopefully we would not be one of those, which is how I think most people say that and they're not bold enough or they're too greedy to not live by it. Everyone would love to go, yeah, I'm doing exactly what I want, but there are absolutely so many advertisers that force their way into places they probably shouldn't be. And I've definitely heard cases where people are like, I don't want to advertise that because it just doesn't, it doesn't contribute to what I'm doing. I don't, not, I don't support the advertisers. So,
and I mean, to be fair, I watch quite a lot of YouTube, an absurd amount of hours of YouTube. And, I see all sorts of advertisements pop up everywhere. From different YouTubers. A lot of times it's from specific companies like Raid Shadow Legends or fucking Raycon earbuds. And funnily enough, Raycon earbuds, that's one of those ones where I bought my dad a pair of those because he wanted a new pair of wireless earbuds, and I see every YouTuber talking about them, and it is one of those things where I was like, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, I don't know. But they're not that much more the normal pair that I think they promote. I think it's called the Everyday Earbuds or something. They promote them. They're not that much more expensive than your normal ones. So I was like, you know what? I'll try it. I bought my dad a pair. I used them. They sound pretty good. They're decent. They got good battery life. So they seem to be what they advertise. But a lot of advertising companies, I just don't want to touch unless I use the product and I know what it is.
Feels disingenuous.
Because if I don't, if we naturally just by doing YouTube, these advertising companies will get your email and they will email you and they will pay you decent amounts of money. Raid Shadow Legends to pay you $600 to advertise for them. It's a lot of money. But I fucking hate the idea of advertising them. So I'm not gonna. Yeah. Fuck the $600. Yeah. We all have jobs. Fuck that money. I would rather just if we're gonna make money, I'd rather make it from people wanting to support us. And I would rather support them and not disingenuously advertise to those people that are already supporting us. So in terms of advertisements, and you know what? Dan can attest this. I fucking loathe ads. I hate them. I will pay almost any amount of money to not have them. On a streaming service, no. What's the premium? $30 a month? Okay. I'll pay it. I hate ads. Oh my God.
like philosophically or not philosophically, like morally, or they're just a nuisance?
It's on some other level, man. Like because I'll sit there, I'll fucking watch advertisements, and man, like I analyze them. I'm like, ugh. I see what you're doing. Like every advertisement has a song now. Oh my god, it makes me want to kill myself. Or in Minecraft, in Minecraft specifically, and like because I can recognize what it's doing. I see it. I'm like, oh, you're doing this song because people memorize songs. It sticks in people's heads. I see what you're doing. Thanks for letting me know about this fucking medication for I don't know, fibromyalgia. What I can't even say it. Yeah, you guys got it. Like good. I don't even know what it is, but
it's awful.
Either way, like I see all these fucking ads. There's a new fucking medication for every fucking thing on earth, and they all have songs, and every fucking commercial has a fucking song, and it makes me want to just not exist anymore.
I get it. I get that.
And so, like,
if you take Paloxapine, please expect that you will grow another arm.
Yeah, exactly. Like, talk to your doctor before taking this because it might increase your suicidal thoughts or your fucking, this antidepressant may make you die. And you're like, okay. Yeah. And so that's just, I really hate ads. I feel like I can see straight through them. Too. Because they feel so manipulative,
they are supposed to be.
They're intrusive. They are intrusive. Like whenever you're trying to watch something on some like streaming service that maybe you don't pay for the ad-free version, and you're like, let's say you're watching. Have you seen Midsommar?
Yes.
Let's say the person jumps off that cliff, and then before they hit the fucking rock. Here comes an ad for fucking Pedigree dog food. And you're just like, dude, you just pulled me the fuck out of this.
Yeah. Because live reads are usually, I've noticed what advertisers do, like YouTube obviously has their the pre-video ad, but then now they're actually, as you said, they're paying people to do what is effectively like would have been a live read on radio where you go, hey, so you can't get around that ad, which is I think why they're doing it, because now with YouTube you can skip through it. But what would we do that? Would we?
Well, it's not necessarily YouTube doing those ones. Like if it's the creator actually promoting the ad, that is something they were emailed privately about. Yes. That's not necessarily YouTube. And so you can just choose to not do that. You don't have to do that. I meant
like the YouTube ad, like before the video.
Before the video, unfortunately, you cannot choose to not have that. So
no, I knew that. I tried to delineate, I guess. Yeah, no, I mean, like, what would we do if we did like a live one where they wrote to us? What would be,
What do you mean?
I guess. Like, I don't know. What I'm saying is, like, would we support the idea of that kind of ad, or
again, depends on what the product is. If it's here's what I would say. I would sooner respond to a company. So if let's say Raycon fucking because I've already had the I don't know, I've used the product.
Yeah.
If they if they emailed us and were like, hey, we'll pay you $600 to fucking, I don't know, promote our product on your next live stream or whatever, I might consider it. I might. Overall, I kind of just, even if I like the product, I don't really want to promote it. I just, because when I really think about it, who the fuck, in our, if we have, let's say we have 3,000 people in our fucking chat or something, I don't really, if I was a person in that chat, I'd skip through the ad personally.
Yeah.
I just would.
Nobody wants to be sold
because
something whenever they're trying to listen to something else.
Yeah, I don't want to be sold shit when I'm coming here to listen to something else. And even though I've used Raycon and I think it's a decent product, every time a YouTuber fucking comes up, I skip it. And you know what? I'm on, the account I use has YouTube Premium, so I don't see ads. And so I have the privilege of skipping those types of ads. Sometimes I let them play, sometimes I don't. I don't listen to a single fucking one of them personally. I think
will say, every once in a while, I'll get complacent and I'll let one run in a video if I'm listening to it. Like if it's in the middle of the video, like if I walk away from my phone or whatever, and then I will hear it. And I think advertisers are having to get smarter.
Oh yeah,
people will skip, so they go fuck it. Even if 1 out of every 100 people, that's better than nothing. Literally better than nothing, which is what it is right now. People are just skipping everything. So, I mean, it must be working if they're having.
Well, I was gonna say it still works because they still promote the fuck out of their products, yes. And so like, funnily enough, if it's in the beginning of the video, I'm actually less likely to skip it than if it's in the middle. If it's in the middle, well, yeah, because if you are in the middle, like. Because a lot of what I watch is content that is analyzing other things, like other content. And so like if you're in the middle of this argument and then you're like, but anyway, just to take a break for a second to talk about the most ambitious RPG on the market, Raid Shadow Legends. I'm like, fucking get out of my face. Like I skipped the shit out of that because I'm like, fuck off. You were in the middle of something. And so, like, if you put it at the beginning of the video, I think I'm actually more likely to not skip it. Simply because it's just like I just put the video on. I'm only like a minute in. It's whatever. Like I'm still kind of settling down. I tend to watch longer videos depending on the content creator. And so like if it's a long fucking video, I'm normally like at the very beginning of the video, I'm still like kind of just fiddling around doing shit. And so like I'm more likely to let it pass at that point. But yeah, overall, like I don't want to make some like moral condemnation on people who do advertisements or something because I think it's perfectly fine. For the most part, depending on what it is. Like if you're promoting, like let's say you're like if it goes against your values, then like I don't give a shit. Like fuck you for promoting it. Like if you are this like super pro consumers like gamer guy that's like fuck all the microtransactions whatever, and then you're like but let me tell you about Raid Shadow Legends, and then I'm like okay I at that point I'm just gonna probably unsubscribe because you don't believe what you're preaching. Or like there's one that goes around a lot called BetterHelp. This is a company that went through a scandal several years ago. Yeah, it's basically, or it was, I don't know if it still is, but at the time it was, it was promoted as, because it's super hard to find a therapist, and so it's promoted as this online therapy that like anyone can get, anyone can have access to, but what they didn't say is that they were not vetting their fucking therapists. So like these random motherfuckers would just become supposed therapists. And then unfortunately, I think maybe look this up. I think though, as a result of that, a lot of people, the suicide rate increased because of this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like a lot of people that went to this were not getting the help they needed because they were not vetted therapists and all this shit. And they went through this scandal. Somehow they survived as a company and they're back now and they have ads. And it's funny because when that happened, every fucking YouTuber that promoted it was like, dude, this sucks. Like, I'm sorry I ever promoted this company. It was a huge scandal on YouTube. And now they're back and fucking stupid YouTubers are promoting them again. Now, maybe these YouTubers just don't know about it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
For money.
But
if somebody offered you a ton of money, it's like
sure, yeah. I get it. Like if you're a YouTuber, well, depending on who you are, if you're a smaller YouTuber and you're getting these ads, I get why it's very enticing to go for something like that. And especially if you don't know like the scandal that company went through, then sure. So like BetterHelp. I'm never promoting that. I don't care. Like maybe they can change, maybe not. I don't know. Only time will tell. Maybe in the future they will be a reputable therapy fucking source, but right now I don't trust it. And so just in general, like I would rather not do ads at all. Ever. I don't care how much money is really gonna come in through it. I don't want to do it. Like I don't care. Yeah. Anyway, so if that answers your question.
On that note, word from our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is the most ambitious RPG this summer. I actually have it memorized. I've heard that so fucking much.
Dude, I know.
It's awful. It's like, is it even a good? Like, they want to be RuneScape or something. Wow, they want to be World of Warcraft.
It's just some fucking gotcha game. It's sign up now and you get 3 free champions and 80 gold. Wow, who could believe that? Like, that's so much gold, and you as the viewer are just like, is it?
Yeah, like, I don't know. That might be like Zimbabwe dollars.
Yeah, that might be nothing.
Shit. What is a champion? I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't know. They're all the characters in the game are champions. Like,
right, every single one. Look,
but no, but Andrew, what you don't understand though is it's 3 legendary champions. Oh my god.
See.
Oh yeah. See, now you get it.
They've never advertised regular. There's legendary champions. Are there
exactly.
Like standard champions?
Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just click my link in the description below and join me because I play every week, you know?
Oh, yeah, join my clan, whatever the fuck.
God, man, I hate it.
Life.
Yeah. But
that's funny.
All right, anything else that you want to talk about? No, that's it.
I'm good.
All right, so the presidency, school systems, abortion, and Raid Shadow Legends. All right, good. That's what I'm going to name this fucking stream, unfortunately, basically.
Actually, that would be fun. That would be nice to just name it whatever the fuck we talk about. You don't have no.
Well, that's what I plan to do.
Just a good. I love that.
I mean, I'm gonna have to make sure that like.
Then we'll get nice and buried in the algorithm.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to make sure that like I'm gonna have to figure out whether putting abortion in our title is something that is going to like demonetize or ban us or something. I'm gonna have to check that because
you can even put like discussing like sensitive topic or something like that, like where you don't, because we kind of touched on abortion, but we also talked about how to talk about hard things in general. So I would group those together.
I know. Smart. I'm gonna put essentially the broader topics that we cover. Like the last episode, I just called it AI art, and because that is mostly what I think mostly, maybe not. Yeah, I think it's mostly what we discussed. And so like that's what this episode will end up being. Like, I'm just gonna put the broader topics we talked about. It's funny because like we did not stick to the alphabet at all for this one, and that's fine. I think I said that over DMs. Is that, you know?
Yeah, we said Biden.
Well, I'm not gonna put Biden though because we didn't just talk about Biden. We talked about the election in general.
You put Biden/Trump,
or rather. Yeah, I might just put election. Well, I don't know.
Shoehorning it, but
because I don't want to be one of those channels that just like, because if I put Biden/Trump, while that would put us in the algorithm more, like I don't know if I want to be like super algorithm focused. I kind of just want to talk about shit like I don't want to get so far into this fucking game that like.
Yeah.
There's a certain level like I don't want to reach. I don't know how to explain it.
I agree with that. Like, I don't want to become a mainstream. I just want to do what we enjoy doing. If it gets huge, well, you know, hopefully we'll have the hubris or the lack of hubris to change. That's hard though. It must be hard. I mean, everyone does it, so it must be fucking hard to stick to your guns. Like,
I don't know, man. Like, just remain consistent about your opinions. Like, because I mean. Yeah. Naturally, then you'll gain a following through certain things, and naturally you'll filter out certain people that don't share that opinion or whatever. Hold on, we can keep having this conversation after stream, but anyway, I'm just gonna say I think this is the end. Any last thoughts from either of you? What? Say that again.
He was singing a song.
What
he was
song?
He was singing I the Creator by
Monuments.
Oh man, I just listened to that a couple weeks ago. That's a good song.
Just because you said this is the end, so I was like,
oh right, this is the end.
No, I'm good. Yeah. Daniel might probably not.
I'm good. No, good night. Merry Christmas and tip your waiters and waitresses.
Please tip your waiters because they're not
Please
paying
tip
them.
the wait staff.
Please what? Tip who? Me?
Is tipping racist?
Tip your wait staff.
Okay. Good. Good. non-gender assuming. I love it. I love it.
Waiter or waitress. All right.
Oh man, that's another conversation. Weird
yeah.
Gender terms. But anyway, we'll get into that maybe a different day when it randomly fucking pops up in a conversation while we're talking about, I don't know, cookies or something. But yeah, anyway, I'd say that's the end of episode 2. So anyone in the future, because we didn't have a single live viewer except for me watching the stream, anyone in the future that ever sees this, thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Dan, do a lame sign off like you did last week that somehow ties our name in. All you have to say is that's why, and then.
Yeah, and because of those reasons, we agree that every thought counts. That wasn't good. That was
Thank you
really
very much.
bad. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
That'd be great.